Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just two spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just two spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, two spoon. You want to know what is happening in Monrovia, two spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just two spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, two spoon. Two spoon. Two spoon. You from Fonjema, Maryland, two spoon. Two spoon. If you eat kepan, gradually, my brother, two spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, two spoon. Two spoon. You want to get a news update, two spoon. What? Yeah. Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today? Spoon TV. Yes, what you got today? Spoon TV. Spoon Ba-da-ba-de-ba-de-ba. Skiddy-biddy-biddy-da-ba-do. Spoon TV. Spoon Entertainment. Kua. Bese kua, kudileo. Kudileo. Total spoon. Yes, I Total spoon. Yes, I Spoon television. Yes, I Spoon radio station. Spoon television.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band, charges on the beat.
Total spoon to get your information. Total spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just two spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just two spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, two spoon. You want to know what is happening in Monrovia, two spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just two spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, two spoon. Two spoon. Two spoon. You from Fonjema, Maryland, two spoon. Two spoon. If you eat kepan, gradually, my brother, two spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today? Yes, what you got today? Ba 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 ba. Skiddy biddy da ba do.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEOs, Dan coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. To spoon. To spoon. You from Fonjema, Maryland, to spoon. To spoon. If you eat Cape Mount, congratulate my.
Okay, indeed. If you're in Cape Mount, you're in Grand Gillette, you're in Maryland, you're in Sino, you're in Grand Bassa, you're in Raver says, you're in Lofa, you're in Nimba, you're in Bon County, you're in Bombing, or maybe you're in Grand Cape Mount County, you're in southeastern Liberia, Grand Crew, Grand Gillette, Maryland County, or maybe you're somewhere across the world. I like to say welcome. This is where Liberians get authentic information about the everyday activities in the country. I like to say welcome to another edition of the program. This is Spoon Talk. This is the show that brings the news, that brings you face to face with the newsmakers. It gives you the opportunity to engage with the newsmakers, to ask the relevant questions, to get to know what the policymakers are doing, what's happening at the different ministries and agencies across the country. I'd like to say welcome. My name is Nelson Colette. This is Spoon Talk. We are back on your radio. We're live across the Spoon Network, Spoon 107.5 FM, Fabric 101.1, Super 95.5 FM, and other frequencies across the country. Many thanks to our partner radio stations across Liberia. Thanks to Trust FM in Bomi County. Thanks to Premier Radio in Bon County, Trend Radio in Grand Crew County, and of course, you have Gibi FM in Kakatamba, Gibi County. Many thanks to our online audience. A lot of you following us right now on Facebook, Spoon Talk Live. That's YouTube, Spoon Talk Live on Facebook, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and Super TV. Thanks for joining us tonight. Let's hope we can have a great show. Another edition of Spoon Talk is back on your radio. Let me go across and welcome Mr. Dwalu right now. Mr. Dwalu, welcome to the show. It's good to have you on tonight.
Hey Nelson, it's always a pleasure to talk about Liberia. We're happy we're here tonight. A lot of stuff to be spoken about, but I'm pretty sure we'll do the Liberian people job and give them the right information. So hopefully somebody can listen and try to transform our country. You're come over, you're welcome. You share the show. Yeah, that's all Liberia, Nelson. Yeah, that's all Liberia.
Definitely. The people have to share the show as a come on. Everybody share the show. As Mr. Dwalu said, we are about to talk Liberia. We're about to give you the updates. You're about to get critical analysis from the diverse panel here tonight on the different issues that will be discussed. And this is one edition of the show you just can't afford to miss. So many things happening across Liberia. Mr. Dwalu will come in with the food for thoughts, some very interesting topics. He's going to come in with, like he does here on the show, giving you insight on some of those very important things you need to know just before we kickstart the actual show. We'll bring you the updates, and of course, as usual, we will open the phone lines and provide you the opportunity to talk about the different issues of concerns. What is it that is of importance to you? What are those issues that you want to talk about, but sometimes you doesn't get to hear on the radio? It doesn't get to form part of the agenda for discussion every time on the show. What's on your mind? We will do that as well. But let me go back to Mr. Dwalu. Let me give him the stage now to take over from here. I see you are muted, Mr. Dwalu. I don't know if you're talking to me. Okay.
Thank you so much, Nelson. Let me recognize some people. And we're going to be talking about judges today in my call it soliloquy or whatever you want to call it. Because I have a lot of calls about judges in Liberia and some of the things they're doing. And I just want to make sure my people are fully aware of what's going on in the country. Let me recognize some people here. I see Dede Nouvelle. Hi, Dad. What's going on, Mama? I see Duquelas Kennedy. I hope I say your name right. Lucinda Jalare. What's going on? Clarence Benson, my own brother out of Canada. Hamilton. What's going on, brother? I see Zoo Fitzgerald Mayo. What's going on? Dustin Grovogo. I see Edward Huff, Lawrence Appleton. Mr. Appleton, what's going on with you? I see Saturday Yala Tai. What's going on? Yuma Washington. Sabrina Moses Maja Pega. What's going on? Daniel Torshian Dripper. Mr. Dripper, welcome to the show. I see over here Rosetta Fleming. Christiana GC Massaquoi. What's going on, Christiana? Yama Washington out of Minnesota. How you doing out there? I see Michael son. How you doing, my brother? What's going on, Moses? I think I say it in Charles J.S. Young, Mr. Young. Semuka Abraham Kruma. Mr. Kruma, welcome to the show. Over here, I see G. Richards Roberts. I see Sadu Aminata Diallo. Bela Richard. What's going on? Yo, White, my brother, what's going on? Charles Barkley, what's going on, Mr. Barkley? Daniel Tente, Joseph Wild, Cully Sargent, everybody, man, you're welcome to the show. It is Liberia always center stage until perhaps we get it right, or at least leave a better Liberia for our children. Our aim always is singular: up the standard of living in the country, elevate Liberia above all else. This is my goal every single day, and I will be unrelenting. But I want to talk about judges today in the country. This whole week, we had a lady just literally bothered the living here out of me, and then she got two helpers. For some reason, I really believe that lady called those people to also hound me to talk about the judges in the country. Let me tell you what your judges been doing that every single Liberian knows, and let me tell you why this is bad for the country. If Nelson Collette and I have a case, and Nelson is a big man in the government, and Nelson is wrong in that case, the judges will not rule in that case, not for months, for years. Let me repeat. If there is a case in Liberia where most of the time, if it's against the person that has connection in that country, the judges will not rule. They will just sit on the case. Look, the Supreme Court of Liberia, you are not just the last arm of justice in the country. You are a regulator. The lower courts have to do their job and rule in cases. Look, why don't we have a small claims court in the country? I would say 80% of the cases in the country are less than $5,000. We can have a judge rule over that, especially in these civil matters. The judges will just sit on the case for years and years, and they will just milk the people of the little money. Most people in the country don't have money. They don't have anything. What these judges are doing is wrong. They're killing democracy in Liberia. Look, Judge, your job is to rule in accordance with law. Your job is to rule in accordance with law. Technically, you should be blind. Read the law. If the law says this, you follow the law and you execute that judgment. Why are you holding on to people's judgment? You got people year in and year out. They're spending thousands of dollars. They're bribing you. The lawyers are milking them. Call it bribe as well because literally extorting the people. They would just hold the case up in court for years, not months, for years. A lady told me they've been in court for 7 years. Think about it. Now, some idiot would tell me, say, well, in America, but to in America, cases can stay long. No, that's not how it can work. Cases can stay long, but there is a date set and those dates are followed. If you set a date, you follow the date. But what these judges do in Liberia, they just sit on the case. They will not rule on the case. To put the case on the docket, sometimes you got to pay them. You have to bribe them. What are you doing in the country? Two people have a land dispute. Rule in the case, adjudicate that case, and move on to the next case. You are responsible to rule over certain number of cases every single month, every single quarter, every single year, but you are not ruling these cases, and nobody monitors these judges. As for the counties, just forget about it. The judges out there, they are law unto themselves. They don't follow the rules governing the country. The Supreme Court of the Republic of Liberia just sit there and collects a paycheck while the people are suffering in total agony in their own country. You can't tell them anything. There's nowhere to turn. You are turning this country into a place of chaos. You have to rule. If somebody is harmed, they come to the court. You have to follow the case. You set a court date. If it takes a year, so be it. Let it take that year. But rule within the confines of that year. But you just delaying the case year in, year out. Businesses cannot go on. The commercial court should have 3 judges. When the judges get ready, according to our law, I believe it's any money over $1 million, the 3 judges should rule. One judge will just sit over the case and do whatever he or she pleases. And the people get there suffering in the agony. Every single day, the judges would not rule. And we got professional jurors in the country. They would take the same people to come and sit on cases. Look, for a democracy to work, the courts must work. They don't just work, they must work in time. When you deny justice for so long, the person feels as though justice has been denied. You cannot deny a Liberian citizen who has decided to follow the law, come to the courts, present his case before the court, and the court just sit on the case for years. For years. I'm not talking months. For years. Nothing is being done. And the Supreme Court, what are 5 judges? What are you doing up there? What are the lower courts doing out there? The Temple of Justice, you go there, you see people just prostrated, they're frustrated. They're sitting there, and some people will die in the process from high blood pressure. Somebody gets raped, they will prolong that case. They will sit on the case. The judges will refuse to rule. You have to go beg them. You have to bribe them before they can rule in that case. Democracy does not work that way. We are going to break down this society. For those of you who believe that if somebody does the right thing, Liberia is going to bring chaos, what truly brings chaos to our society, it is the lack of justice. It is the continuation of impunity. It is a society where the people that have a little bit of money just literally strangulate everybody else because they can push their weight around. They can call the judges, they can throw their signs and do whatever they want to the country. The judges have to rule in these cases and make these cases public because this is the law. The Supreme Court of the Republic of Liberia, you have a duty that is far greater than yourself. And our duty is to make sure we have stability in our country, guarded by law and order. And law and order requires the judges to rule in these cases, not just to sit on the case for years and years and frustrate the efforts of Liberia. Businesses cannot thrive in that environment. Some of the multinational or some investors will not even invest in Liberia because they do not trust the courts. The courts, by many measures, Not just by Dualu saying this. It's extremely corrupt. They are slow in everything they do, and everything they are supposed to do. They don't rule. You have these judges, they just ride around with sirens all over the city. Every single judge, it seems, has a siren in Liberia. And he or she does what he or she wants to do in the country. And nobody's supposed to talk about it. Look, Sianen, you are the Chief Justice of the Republic of Liberia. I want you to speak down to your lower courts. They have to rule in these cases. They cannot sit on the case for years and years, and just milking poor people. You cannot do this. This will lead to people taking the law into their own hands. This is unacceptable. You get paid very handsomely to sit on that bench, you judges. You get given so much privilege. Everything. We feed you, we clothe you, we even bathe you, and yet and still you will not do our job. What kind of country we are in? And then when you get out of government and the same measures that you've employed for decades against the people, when that is meted out against you, you say the Liberia will not go nowhere because you decided to stagnate Liberia. Michael Francis Kpakala spoke about this many times about the judicial system in the country. You're killing this country. You have to rule in accordance with law, irrespective of who's the big men that are in your way. You have to rule. You have to stop sitting on people's cases and just sit there and sit there and sit there. You do nothing. What kind of court system do we have in the country? The Supreme Court has to do its job. You have to rule in these cases. Quit sitting on the cases and demanding money from people and just sucking the lifeblood out of this country. If you cannot rule, the economy cannot grow. If you cannot rule, there will be no stability. If you cannot rule, police will take more bribes. If you cannot rule, there will be disorder in our system. If you cannot rule, the economy is not going to grow. The judges must rule in these cases. Go through the cases. If you need more judges, you talk to the Supreme Court. Let's appoint more judges. Let's set up more courts. But you cannot just sit there forever and ever and ever. You just sit on the case. You cannot rule, but every day you're demanding money from the people. The judges have failed Liberia. The Supreme Court is a useless organization to this country if they will not do the job that has been given to them under the Constitution of this republic. You have to work. You're not sitting over there to just look at you wear 15 gold chain, then you say you're going to the court, then you're a judge. I went to Painesville Court about 3 or 4 weeks ago. I got a video. I'll actually send it to you, Nelson. You play. This is like a market house. The courthouse is total chaos. No order, no nothing. People sitting in the courtroom. The judge can't talk. It's just total chaos. Total chaos. I met a brother in the courthouse. I'm not going to say his name here. All the way from beyond Douala by Hotel Africa Way. The boys that are working for him, they got his entire house, took everything, the wires from the wall. He grabbed them because it was some video. He took it to the court. It's been 3 years. The court would do nothing. The court would not rule. And guess what? These young men, they got outside because, they can keep the man in jail forever. Every time the man go to the court, he got to bribe the police, the police go look for them again to rearrest these people over and over because the courts will not rule in the case. This is thousands of cases across the country. The judges have to do their job. Everybody is, 3 separate branches of government. Yes, you're separate, but you're part of a whole, and your part is missing. When your part is missing, the whole cannot become a whole. The court has failed Liberia. The Supreme Court has to wake up. Or perhaps you could have a very, very chaotic society. Once again, you share the show, you come, let's talk Liberia. Nothing.
Yes, definitely. Justice is key. How justice is being served in our different courts across the country plays a pivotal role in the maintenance of peace. How Liberia, how to what extent we will enjoy the peace that we now have. The issue of justice is very key, and that's where our court system comes in. That's where the chief justice, the associate justices of those different of the Supreme Court, and those judges at the different courts at the different level, magisterial courts and circuit court and all of those places, they have a key role to play in what happens to the peace of the country. And as to whether people will trust the system or not, it depends on how they play this role. And
I
and
agree.
and
I agree.
yeah,
And just before I forget about this, this is worth adding. Almost every judge in the country, well, let me take the people from the interior, the judges in the interior. Almost every judge at the Supreme Court of the Republic of Liberia, their bathroom, what they do, is better than the courthouses you have in the interior. Let me repeat. Go see the thing we call courts in the interior. We don't give relevance to things that deserve relevance. Judges' houses are better than courthouses. They're more expensive than courthouses. The judges are living better than the courtroom's supposed to look. You go to within more house, they call it a courthouse. Where's the money going? And we not look, nothing. Let's open the line, give the people 30 seconds to a minute, let them tell the cases, within 1 minute. See what's going on with you regarding the courts in Liberia. Anybody call into the show because these judges have to work. They are getting paid very handsomely. They have to work. Or if they don't have the material, they don't have the facility to work, they have to make noise about it so they can be justice in Riverside County. Nothing.
yes, sir. And we hope we just hope that something can be done about it to improve the justice system in the country, from every angle at every level, from the Supreme Court all the way down there to the court. And Mr. Dwalu is not just about even the courts. I saw a police station
Thank you.
in Buchanan, Grand Bassa County. I was shocked. Uh, it's
It's
like
a
an
buffer.
abandoned building. You
Buffer.
know,
What a buffer.
yeah, buffer. Rear, you know, and even here in Monrovia, I saw a police station at the where you have Joba. There's a police
Jetty
station
and
around
stink. I
here,
know the
Joba.
era. Red man. They get
They
my kid
party
in shot ready for the
very good.
I know the era.
And I just hope something can be done
I mean,
about
open
it.
the line. That year from our people.
So let's take a course. Let's get to hear from you. What are the issues on your mind? What is it you want to talk about? But you can also talk about this particular issue is very important. Um, yes, we can go ahead now and take some calls. But just before I take the calls, Mr. Dwalu, a quick update. Some of the updates. The public hearing has started for the audit reports,
Yep.
and the minister of public works and other officials. There were two hearings today, and the others are expected to continue on Monday. And then on the flip side, the Grand Judicial County senator, who is an executive member of the CDC, Zoe Mane panel, has been lavishing praises on the the Black Eye administration today for the condition of the road from Ganta to Zweju to Grand Judicial County. He says what the CDC could not do for him. He, as an executive member of the CDC, as someone who canvassed, who supported the CDC, is what the Unity Party has done. The Unity Party has, to a larger extent, improved the lives of the people, not just with the road, but he outlined the prices of basic commodities that have significantly declined as a result of the road connectivity in that part of the country. CDC had a press conference today as well, and they are accusing the current administration, President Wakai, they say, the recent deployment of state security at the airport when former President Weah was returning. They say is a threat from this government on the life of the former president. They think this administration is threatening the life of the former president, and they want the current president to desist. Else, they are going to stand up to him. And yes, and a lot more happening in the country. The Senate is expected to go for a break, the 26th break. They're going to be there for 2 months, but information is that so they should be closing tomorrow, but there are possibilities that they could be called back for a special sitting. And you know what happens when you have a special sitting. And yes, and a whole lot happening in the country. I just thought to throw a few of those updates in as we go in now to take some calls from the people out there. 0555 or the WhatsApp number is here. You can call the WhatsApp and make your input tonight on the What's on Your Mind segment of the program Spoon Talk. We're live across the Spoon Network here tonight, and I want to say thanks to all of you for joining us. Let's take the first caller here. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you're calling from.
Hey, Dexter, how you guys doing?
Yes, we okay. It's good to have you on. Hello?
Okay. My concern, yeah, hello?
Yeah, go ahead. Let's hear your concern.
Yeah, my concern is today at the hearing. This criminal and the papa and sitting over there laughing with something that is very serious for our nation. People need to be in jail. They need to put them in jail so they can spend the rest of their life there.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Let's take this person here. Hello, you are live.
Hello, Tomo.
Hello, go ahead. You're live on the show. Let's hear you. Okay, Paco, go ahead.
Yeah, Tomo. Please, I beg me just see my tell you before I get my info. I beg you. Tell you more. I want you to move. Tell you
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
I hear the $50 power empire. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you calling from?
Yeah, hello, Nelson.
Yeah, go ahead, sir. You're live. Let's hear you.
Yeah, okay. For me, the one or two things I just gotta say. One, if your boss means sentence say that the network is for the people, then you should listen to us. We told him we don't want Kev Hassan on our show. If you can't listen to us, then he just cut the whole spoon to Kev have say a lot of things about women. So we don't want Kev to be on any other show, whether it's one-on-one with the CEO or on the regular show. We don't want him there. And then the CDT feel that they are the one who Liberia, they keep trying foolishness.
Thank you.
Take that one and to stand up. He that weak leader. He must stand up against them.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's wait there and take another person. Hello, your name and where you calling from?
Good evening, Nelson, and good evening to Mr. Eduardo.
Yeah, go ahead.
My name is Oscar S.
Oscar, let's hear you.
My attention has been drawn to the religious leaders into this country. I know you never flag it out, but it's something that is really on my mind. The issue of flaming fire pastor, yes, Daddy. Can you imagine how the religious people in our country have been leading our people? How can our God go on a radio station that is widely listened to, cursing the entire nation? And there's a disturbing video too on the social media of a religious leader also sodomizing another young man. All kinds of things that happen in the religious community. This is very much bad. The government will have to step into it.
Thank you.
And somebody radio station need to be closed down.
Thank you very much. Let's hold you there and take another person here. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you calling from?
Yeah, thank you, Nelson. My name is Mark. You from the new Matali area in Sinka.
Go ahead. Let's hear you.
Yeah, thank you. I've called this evening to tell the president of the Republic of Liberia that the Liberian people still trust and worrying by a campaign message about the eradication of drugs or the limitation of drugs in our society. So there's a need that the Director General, Ibi Kuman, be reinstated at the Liberia Drug Enforcement Agency.
Thank
because previously, less than 4 months in our society, we've observed that the DEA has been booming when it comes to the arrest of drugs across the country. But since the suspension of Ibi Kuman, there has been nothing like that. So I think Ibi needs to be reinstated at the institution.
Thank you very much for your input. Let's take another person here. Okay, we lost that person. Let's see if we can come back to this line and talk to this person. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you calling from? Okay, yeah. Just conclude.
Thank you, please. Hello.
Paco, please go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you. I'll talk about scenario. I'll talk about the teachers about the republic. The way it treats our poor in the campaign. About bail, I want to the prophet of you say what? The go your key. And to the call for the matter happy on the show. The man made a water spoon, get coffee. And if I will console beating it, come out on the show.
Thank you.
And I will console beating it, man, made a water spoon. Then I come the show, and I will shoot beating it.
Thank you very much. Let's hold you there, Paco, and take another person. Hello, you are live and email where you call from.
Hey, Nancy, how you doing?
Yes, sir. It's good to have you.
Yeah. Oh, thank you.
You have a call, Mr. Dwell?
Oh,
okay.
I'm calling from the state of North Carolina.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's hear you.
Yeah, the previous caller, what he just said, we do respect the CEO, and he said the station is for the Liberian people. To be honest, we don't need Kev on our station. Kev, if he want to forgive Kev, what Kev have done to him in the past, but we don't need Kev on our station. Kev is not doing anything for us on the radio station, and we don't really need him, to be honest.
Thank you very much.
So
thanks a lot for your input.
You have to listen to us, please. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Dwell, you have
I have a caller here. Go ahead, ma'am. They're listening to you.
This is Lucinda Jelly Red calling from Portland, Oregon. I was calling in relation to what...
Mr. Dwell, you want to put the phone on speaker?
Yeah, you want speaker like very low?
It's a bit low. Yeah, but we can manage with that.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was calling in concern about the land issue. Exactly what Dwell was saying, that's what happened. Especially for us that are in the diaspora. As long as you're in this country, you got your land on the ground, no matter how right you can be, the lawyers and the judges will go now with those people and it will be milking you. And it's happening to me and my husband right now in Liberia. We have our land in Tower Hill. They try to steal it from us. And the land authority proved that the land is actually us. The people that we bought the land from said the land is for us. They took the case to the court there in Kagata. And the people in Kagata and the lawyer, they set it on the case.
Thank you.
They say, oh, go to where you can do fence your land. I can fence my land and make a chicken house on my land. All you got to do, get it order so I can break the chicken house down and take it from all my land.
Thank you.
They did not do that. I want other land in Broadville, the same thing. 2 houses on the land, another person just come and sit on the land and drove the children from on the land because they think the children got no backing. That case also is in court since March. They can find a funding for that particular case. And that is wickedness because some of us want to retire in Liberia. Now all of us want to stay here. I got some people who do want to go to Liberia. But I don't want to go to Liberia. So the court system got to stand up for us.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Go ahead, Jesse.
Okay, someone said there's no audio. I don't know. But let's take this person. Yeah.
Let me see what's going on.
Hello, you're live and email. Where are you calling from?
Thank you so much. Yeah. Hello.
Yeah, please lower the volume of the gadget you're listening to, please.
Hello, you're live. Where are you calling from?
Oh no, I'm still hearing myself.
Hello.
Yeah, hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Nelson. How you doing, my son?
Yes. We're doing okay. Let's hear you, sir. What's on your mind?
This is what I'm about to say. Just give me 1 minute. I will finish. Mr. Dwalo, Remy Gray, and Nelson Colette. This is what I'm about to say. Anybody that running for senator, representative, president, they should sign memorandum of understanding the Liberian people. When you go there and promise the people what you're going to do, you're not do it. They must take only 20 or 100 people to sign the signature so they can remove you. They must sign that paper. If they don't do so in our country, we're done. Because the people just there playing with the Liberian people. Thank you, Nelson.
Thank you very much.
Let's rotate back and forth.
Okay.
But then one, go ahead.
How you guys doing? That's it. And your studio guests. All right. Let me take this time today to extend many things and appreciation. Not everything has to be politics in Liberia. To extend many things and appreciation to Senator Zofen of Graduate. You know, he had a teleconference today and he talked about the rule. It's not everything said Johnson, how they call him, I said dog. And my own brother and the former CEO of Spoon was saying they scored $22 million. The $22 million the result that Joe Pedro was talking about today, he from the southeast. So he should be pushing to for the southeasterner for more roads and the machines to go in our southeast. Thank you, Dwalo, for having me.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's go ahead.
So we take another person from here. Hello, you're live and email where you call from. Let's hear you. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, hello. Go ahead. You're live.
Yeah, my name is Kesali. I'm calling from 12th Street.
Kesali, let's hear you, sir. Go ahead.
You know, apparently, you see, I want to say, it was so panel. Apparently, maybe some of these people, they didn't see the bigger picture of what was forthcoming. All the fact that this machine was all about personal gain instead of national interest. But I think we have seen the bigger picture of it. That is why you see. So I urge you to join the other locals to make that they pass such a big gain that Liberia can get such a yellow machine to third country.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. You have a call from there?
No, I'm all set. Nelson. My phone is not up anyway, so
okay,
I don't know.
So let's take this person. Hello. We can take 3 more and then I will come back to you.
Yeah, hello, Leslie.
Yeah, hello. Let's hear you. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, this is Gerald Plato calling from the 16.
Okay.
Yeah, I heard some people talking about Kelsa. Kel has a relationship with the CEO in a long time. So you don't expect the CEO to tell Kel to lead the show. This is why we keep saying we are all Liberian. We should be talking about things that will make us to hold on together. Because when we hold on together, our country will move forward. We should not be doing things that will separate us. They have a lot of panelists on the show, all of them not from one party agreement, all of them from different political parties. But the idea they push is all about Liberia. We should hold on together no matter who. We should hold on together and move Liberia forward.
Thank you very much. Let's hold you there and take this call from WhatsApp. Hello, you are live. Let's hear you.
Yeah, Nelson.
Yes, sir.
Let's hear you.
Okay.
Yeah. And I want to use this time to get our security people up to speed.
Mm-hmm.
The national security, the NSA, and the Liberia National Police. I really want to know what the definition of threat is. And the reason I ask this question because I have cataloged a lot of things that I define as national security threat to Liberia. Let me give you an example.
Yeah, just quickly.
Our focus said we will bring the tumor of the House of Representatives down. That is a threat. And the reason why it's a threat because he has the intent and he has the capability. Jefferson Koji regularly gave press conferences that technically telling the government that he able to bring people on the street to make them ungovernable. If you keep allowing these kind of people who should be behind bars, threatening the Liberian people peace, then Joseph Boaga, I personally will save money to campaign against him vigorously 2029 or anybody that will be representing him because they lie to us, they don't do what they promised they were going to do.
Thank you.
We expect people to be going around in orange jumpsuit by now.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your input. We appreciate you, sir. Okay, thank you very much. Thanks a lot. And I'd like to give it back to you, Mr. Balu.
Thank you so much. Colonel Gray, welcome. Stanton, my brother Kennedy, welcome to the show. But I want to say something to some of the callers. Somebody did say, and anybody who's coming to power, be it representative, senator, or the president, they should have an agreement, a gentleman's agreement, say we get 100 signatures. We already have an agreement. Every person that's elected, there's an agreement already. If they're not doing what it's supposed to do, you get moved for that, including the president. You don't have to wait for 6 years. It's in your constitution. The agreement is already there. And I want to say this too, though. Look, the thing about the airport, no airport around the world, I don't care who is coming, that you just want to allow a bunch of people to go on the turnpike. We need to stop this. And I got to take control of this. Stanton, man, welcome to the show. Let me get the show over to you. We got a lot to talk about today. Or if you go there. But yeah, Mr. Kennedy, come in, man. My man, come in. What you got to say?
Yeah, just to say thank you and good evening to the Liberian people. I mean, you know, you are right. In fact, in the past 2 elections I run, some of the candidates go to the constituents and ask the people to sign paper. I've seen, representative and senatorial candidates go to ask the people to sign, tell them, listen, when you elect me, if I don't do A, B, C, and D, you remove me. They sign those papers, and some of them have the paper with them and come to power and don't do what they said they were going to do on the paper. So I don't think it's, in addition to your statement, you are correct. The Constitution is already a law. When they take oath, they should live within the means. But then the question is, what are the set rules? People always say, oversight, lawmaking, and representation. That thing is vague. It is really vague. What are the specific oversight roles that somebody's supposed to do? What is the representation initiative somebody's supposed to do? In my mind, the legislature should be going back to their constituent to inform them of laws that they're supposed to pass to impact the life of the people. For example, if they are going to add, a new law that makes sure that they increase the cost of registration in the high school, those people should go back to their constituent, their district, their county, and say, listen, we've looked at a new educational law that is going to be passed at a certain time, or we have passed this new law that will affect you in this way and that way and this way. Are they actually doing that? Maybe some of them are. So, it's a long haul, man, Dralu. Sometimes the issue is just tiring.
I apologize. You should have gone before him, but I'm gonna send it over to you now, sir.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
That's all right, man. Sometimes, we're overwhelmed by moments of the now. But one thing I wanted to piggyback on your conversation, your soliloquy earlier about the courts.
Yeah.
There are folks who were accused and have not seen a judge and have been in jail, have not seen a judge for arraignment to be made to understand what their crimes are.
Yeah.
They've been in jail for some 7 or 10 years.
Oh.
And the courts are so sluggish in disposing of these cases. Justice delayed is justice denied.
Yeah.
If you're accused that someone, stole something or have done something wrong in against the law, you must also be able to speedily try them so they know that justice has been served.
Thank you.
And I tell you, in addition to judges delaying cases, judges are one of the well-paid people in our system. I said the Chief Justice makes $20,000 every month. And then in addition, they give them about $50,000 for housing. And then they have all kinds of emoluments. The Associate Justice make anywhere between $13,000 monthly and the same benefit.
Yeah.
So in other words, I'm telling you that the legislature is not the only place that needs reform. So is the judiciary as well. People are talking about slimming down their salary, including the president. But these two branches of government don't even see the need for that. Matter of fact, they feel they're making less. And so, I agree with you, my brother. If we don't have a good judicial system, people are going to get extremely, angry. And then we're going to go back to those moments that provoked the Civil War. So it's also good that we talk about it. It's not only legislature, but also the judicial system need reform.
Brother Gray, you couldn't have said it better. But stand up before I come to you. I want Brother Kennedy to chime in on this. What danger does the judiciary pose to the country if they continue to sit on cases and do nothing about it for years? So 10 years, imagine they accuse me of raping somebody. And without any adjudicating anything, you just keep me in this dirty, filthy place for years. What does that do to the society? Let's be serious, Mr. Kennedy.
Well, it has caused a lot of people not to want to. So it has created a distrust for the judicial system, right? You sit down and see people go to court, and you carry cases, and nobody is moving the case forward. Sometimes they even put the people in temporary holding or jail, and later on send them to prison for long term. But you come out to find that in the next 2 to 3 weeks, the very people you put in prison are walking around in the streets, right? But let me chime into what Conor Gray said about the judiciary payment, especially the chief justice and the associate justices. I think in total there are about 5 of them.
Yeah.
In the conventional wisdom that led to the pay scale that those professionals have, and I want to emphasize on the word professionals. They are not like the legislature members that you have somebody drop out from high school and go become a lawmaker. The judges are people who went to school. They are well trained. They've stayed over 20, 30 years in their professions. Some of them have subject matter expertise, and they commensurate around the world. Look around, just do your analysis to see how much judges are paid around the world, right?
Mr. Kennedy, before you go, I'm going to be a devil's advocate. I want you to put that in the context of the location you're talking about. Judges in Sierra Leone, Ivory Coast, contrast it with our economy.
Yes. So, and we need to do that research. We need to actually go back to do analysis of how much judges were in the region, in the West African region, make, and then come back to compare it to Liberia and look at Liberia's situation coming out of a 14-year war. And at the time, the kind of broken system, the social fabrics are broken. People in Liberia are having conversation like they are fighting each other. Too much public disgruntlement. So when you look at the subset of the society you are talking about and look at a more peaceful and resilient society without all of these implications of war, the conventional wisdom, people say, well, you know what? These judges will be doing 2 times the work that any other person would be doing. So let's pay them a good amount of money so that they coordinate cases. Now, listen, that does not justify the reason why the cases are staying long in court. But then if you look to see, are they getting the resources they need? I'm not talking about the salary. Salary is just one component. In addition to salary, is government actually facilitating, providing the kind of logistic support
Really, now have a
that
conversation.
the judges need to go on? So it's a long call.
I agree.
Look at the whole 9 yards. Don't just look at the salary.
Yeah, Senator, we're not bringing inside. I'm going to relax more. I won't go about the Colonel Gray. Look, I understand the position you're making, but let's put it into context. I'm talking about the average lawyer in Liberia. Do you think the average lawyer is a yes or no, Kennedy? Do you think the average lawyer in Liberia makes $5,000 a month with a 20-year experience, Mr. Kennedy? Yes or no?
No.
Thank you. Let me ask you, Colonel Gray.
But let me hold you. Let me hold you.
No,
to don't just put the question around. I need to hold your point. Lawyers should be making money based on their consultation, and so it's like you are a consultant. Then you tell me the average consultant. If the lawyer not able to win cases or bring and look for cases to give them the money, you can't blame that on government.
No, listen now.
I just want you to know that.
No, I understand. The reason I'm asking you this question is this. In the private sector, where you can make the most money, there is no possibility, on God's green, there are extreme cases where people in government, for instance, for I think Kofa's firm, where he would make a lot of money because they're using the government angle, or Vonnie Sherman, they're using the government angle to get contract. I'm talking about an everyday lawyer in Liberia. And how do you justify that, Colonel Gray, in the Supreme Court, in the courts, that you would give somebody $20,000, where in the same court, in the same country, in the same government, somebody making $75? Where is the justification for that? I don't care what school you went to. Lawyers in America do not make more than $100,000 a year on average. This is not me saying this. Look it up. Colonel Gray.
Dwalo, I think I will need to be able to differentiate.
Remember, we're going to ask Obusen.
Obusen, sorry.
You're not performing well today, man.
Yeah, my man. What's going on? Colonel Gray, go ahead.
So I was saying that, we need to distinguish between lawyers and servants of the court, public servants. people who have been appointed by, to serve within our courts, judicial benches. Those individuals, of course, they should have a pay grade. But, the same way how we don't give credence to people who have gone to medical school and become doctors, it's the same way how we don't hold those people in high esteem. I'm not saying that provides room or justification for corruption. If you choose a specific job, you want to be a public servant, it must also come with the amenities that come with that job, whether low paying wages or whatever it is. But is there need for reform in terms of our pay system? We agree. The harmonization even brought us down further. And so one of the areas President Bakari needs to be looking into is to, is to redefine, public salary, some of the wages that people get, so that people will not find room for being corrupt because they make so little. So I agree with you, my brother, when it comes to the idea of judges being paid little wages as compared to their counterparts in the Supreme Court. The disparity is just too much. So it's too wide, so to speak. So yes, I agree with you. We need to be looking into that.
Uncle Sam, welcome to the show. I'm going to give it to you. Lord, to put this into context, if you take all the money that the Supreme Court Justice makes, the senior Supreme Court Justice, the Chief Justice, which is about $20,000. If you eye all her benefit, everything, just the salary is $240,000, more than a U.S. president. If you eye all the other benefits, she's north of $300,000 in the country, where the average person lives on $2 per day, $600 per year. This is crazy. Uncle Jackson, Mr. Jackson.
Okay, the average salary for lawyers in the United States in 2022 was $163,770, right? Okay, and I know people in my family, like, they make $500,000, $1 million, but they like been 10, 15 years experience, but that's not the issue I want to talk about. Look, the country needs fixing, a complete overhaul. And that's why when the rescue team won and they had all these promises about rescuing the country, I believe they were going to try to rescue and like overhaul the country, because that's what Liberia needs. Liberia does not need patch. You cannot get skilled workers in Liberia to do simple plumbing, like putting up a toilet that wouldn't leak. I moved into my house a few days ago, and I will get personal, but the whole place flooded because the guy, we didn't pop it with sorry, we didn't tie it good. And then you're talking about compensation. These people, a small percentage are paid very well, and the bulk of the people are not paid. But the reason for that, you talk about lawyers. Okay, people like Fanati, Fanati was a manager for the city of Zebulon. He went to good schools in the United States. Fanati Sherman, Harvard, undergrad. So the top 10 lawyers in Liberia, they're all millionaires. And I can name them, like Musa Dean, Pierre Antoine, the other ones. Then those other. There's about like people like Councilor Jones. Them they're all okay. But the thing is, like the illegal structure of the country, people come out of law school, they don't have an opportunity to be under strong to work for a strong law firm, gain the experience. Do you know what a lot of lawyers in this country do? They go to like the municipal courthouses to hustle $50, $100. I had a case at Princeton Town Hall. I went there, and there were these guys. I mean, like no offense, but not well dressed. You could see that the people they're not doing extremely well. These are the lawyers available, and you don't see no lawyer in America going to a courthouse and waiting for somebody to bring a case to go hustle. We need to overhaul this country, Dwalu. That is what is needed: a complete overhaul. And if we don't get that leader that begins to, it's not going to happen right away. But to overhaul it, we have to start to take the steps, not baby steps, You need to take radical steps to approach this in terms of human relations, radical steps in terms of the economy, radical steps in terms of, creating skilled workers, radical steps with the with the legal profession, radical steps with the medical profession, and just complete radical steps. That's the kind of leadership that Liberia requires, not this patch thing we're doing, because 50 to 100 years from now, when we're all not here anymore, Liberia will still be at the same minimal haphazard development that we've been doing for 177 years. And Liberians deserve better than that. Way, way better than that.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. Stay in time. I'll give it to you, Mommy. Welcome to the show. And Uncle Sam, I want to make a correction. I also look it up. The average lawyer pay in this country between 79,000 and 103.
No, but I can send my
different ranges. There are different. It depends where you're looking, because I see over here, state recruiter getting from 79,000.
This is according to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. So
I understand. They got their own rate there too.
But the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics is the authority.
Listen to me. I
understand follow the authority is the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. That's the only authoritative source for that information in terms of labor market and labor rates. Nowhere else.
That's right. Anywhere else, I tell you the ranges. I understand that number. I see that number as well. But the ranges, they don't make that much money. Is my point I'm trying to make. By comparison to Liberia.
If you want to argue with the U.S. labor statistics,
I'm not arguing with that. You're missing the point. I'm not arguing with that. Stanton, they don't. Nobody in Liberia make more than $3,000 a month working in government. I would agree with that.
But don't change the topic, sir. We're talking about the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics.
I'm telling you, I agree with you. I agree with you.
In fact, 2024 says the average medium average, which is the same, is $145,000 for lawyers. Yeah. According to 2024 June statistics on labor in the Bureau of
that's all said. That's all good. We all agree. I agree. Stanton.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. I thought we we're going to have a wonderful show today. Mr. Eduardo and the people, thank you very much. As always.
Well, you know you're my man. I love you. But sometimes I gotta defer with you.
We appreciate your early startup, Eduardo. That's powerful. That's wonderful. We say thank you. We want to welcome all of our many fans, many followers, home and abroad, or wherever you find yourself. We want to say welcome to the Spoon Talk. It's 5:05 p.m. Eastern U.S. time. That will be 9:05 Liberia time. Who can pull foot? We're still waiting to see. Welcome, Paul Kennedy. Welcome, Uncle Sam Jackson. Welcome, Ambula Mame. I said, though, as always, we say welcome. Thank you for joining us. The retired Colonel L. Reverend Gray, AFL retired. We say thank you. And Mr. Eduardo, as always. Folks, I'm troubled. I'm troubled based on the different information we are receiving for the audit. I'm troubled based on the different information like you guys were discussing. The Supreme Court. If you just look at the, and thanks to Martin Colley, I want to recognize him on his newspaper, Variety. I mean, something new, but trust me, you want to check it out. I mean, this form of newspaper, like we always also show the front page newspaper to our friend and brother Rockman CA. I want to say it's the new day newspaper just not talking. They're coming with documents that you can see for yourself. You know, not the old days that newspaper would just come and talk. No, $40. Liberian dollar, $40. Grab a copy, go to your office and just read. Then you're gonna wait for Spoon Talk to do the talking. You're gonna read for yourself, and then in the evening, like the front page newspaper, the Variety newspaper, these are very unique newspaper. When you're on your way to work, you're on your way to, for lunch, grab a copy, and breakfast, grab a copy. Then you're gonna wait for Spoon in the evening, and we're gonna get into the important, where we're going to take our side and have our own opinions. It is important for you to do so. This is the Spoon Talk. We have documents. We'll be talking about the Supreme Court. We'll be talking about the allegation on the Chief Justice. We're going to talk about people working in her office, allegation that they are staying home and still getting paid. And also we have information on CBL. We have information on the recommendation from the LDCC concerning Samuel Twain and the rest of them. The IAA, an integrated institution. Oh my God. Let me see the report you see. Integrated institution destroying themselves. They are the most corrupt institution now, the IAA. Internal audit. Can somebody end the last A?
Agency.
IAA. I want you to remember, and I hope, guys, we can discuss them. The guys done at IAA changing the pay system. The man supposed to be receiving this amount, he added it up. Can you imagine? I don't know. What's the guy from CSA? What's his name? Joker?
His name, yeah. That's with J.
Yeah, Joker something. Josiah. I don't know if Josiah looking at those guys. The guys done changed the whole pay system all by themselves. That's why I hear you guys talking about lawyers who will be making 3,000, somebody said 20,000. The people doing it for themselves and by themselves with no question. So I hope we can get it. It's very important. Our country is trouble. Our country is trouble. But officially, we're going to do the 30-second, guys. 30-second intro. I know y'all were talking your own, but let's start this show. And I know Duaru have welcomed everyone. I want to add to what Duaru said. Welcome you, please. Let us know where you're joining us from. Welcome to the show. Armstrong Jabba, I stay waiting for my 26 rest. You've been promising me 5 bags. You have not given it to me. I'm going to call you out on this one. I'm still waiting for my 26 rights. We are saying to everybody, please share the program. Go on your Facebook pages. Go on your YouTube. Go on your Instagram. Fabric TV, Super TV, Spoon TV. Share it. Share it, please. I'm asking you. Share it. I want to see on all of you guys. Jam Facebook tonight. Because what we're about to discuss, what we're about to show you. And I also want to add to you that Emmanuel Nukwe have accepted our invite. He will be joining us 2 Sundays from now. Akaris Gray will be joining us. So you have Emmanuel Nukwe, you have Akaris Gray, and you have the acting chairman of CDC, Janga Cole, will be joining us. We have a very full, big schedule, and we will be bringing the good, the bad, and the ugly to discuss Liberia. May God bless you. May God keep you. Just a side note, the president, not a side SAD, but a side SIDE. No, the president began to accept diplomats in the country. It's on the executive mansion website. And then we will go ahead and discuss it. And today we can also say the IG accepted his pastor in the country as well. I know that will be something that I still don't want to talk about because the IG accepted his overseer, the pastor, I think somebody, they were at the VIP center. I want to tease Asido. Joe, we couldn't go to VIP, but Gregor Coleman pastor went to VIP. So Asido will discuss that when he's ready. Let's give you your 30 minutes, Mr. Duarte. We'll get 30 minutes of Conor Gray, Paul Kennedy, Uncle Sam Jackson, Ambula Mambe, and Asido. Let's have a good show.
Our people, you're welcome. You're welcome, my brother Joe Manjala.
30 seconds.
Everybody, man, welcome to the show. Look, Dave Cully says something. David Cully, I'm going to quote you here. Liberia requires radical change. I will still maintain, I don't care if you want to school in heaven. The Liberian, the situation we have in the country for the last 177 years so far, there is no reason why anybody should make more than 3,000 United States in government. However, I will put this caveat there and I will say this. If my brother Asido is given a position, he get paid $3,000 per month maximum. If he meets certain requirement, you can give him bonuses. I understand that. But to be paying these ridiculous salaries in the country where almost 80% of the national budget goes towards recurring costs, to paying for the people benefits and all of that, is robbing the country. Let's pass a law where no more than 20% goes to running the government. Let's set up a pay grading system where based on where you come in, the government has its own limits. People switching things around. When you continue to sit in that country, you don't make noise. Those boys will continue to rob all blind because it benefits them and their children. Colonel Gray.
You know what? Thank you, Eduardo. If one thing I noticed that if our nation, am I hear myself?
I said, can you mute? I said, mute yourself.
No.
I said, how can you be on the show and you're not paying attention?
So what I'm saying, no one needs to brand themselves any name, bad road medicine, good road medicine, and so on and so forth. Once you start doing the job, the people themselves will rise up to speak. And this issue of exploring our interior communities, especially connectivity, road connectivity, has been looming over our country for a very long time. Look, no one needs to lie and sort of pretend to be what they're not, because it's not reflected in the lives of people. I want to believe that if President Wakai can take this road issue and electricity to heart, all else will fall through. And it's beginning to see that this is a signature, attention in our country. And Joe Penna and others will not be the only ones that will be, cheering the president for doing that, because people want to go home every weekend. If we have good roads, people leave from Monrovia and go to their various places out there and come back to start the week on Monday. And I think it's going there. It's going that way, in my opinion. There's hope for me.
Thank you. Paul Kennedy.
Yeah, thank you, CEO. Good evening to my colleague who are panelists. Good evening to the Liberian audience and the audience outside of Liberia that have consistently followed us in the conversation. Tonight will be a good show. There are several issues that we will be diving into to provide clarity, but sometimes to also ask questions that will leave, a integrating mind in the Liberian people to make decision on. Let me tell you something. For people from the IAA to be changing salary, that is a issue of integrity. And these are the people who are supposed to be auditing other institutions to come out with facts. If they cannot even be a group of people with character and integrity, then whatever they are auditing there is questionable, right? It leaves a lot of doubts in the minds of other people. And to the issue that we just ran out of about salary, look, to attract the best mind, Dwalu, you will have to compensate them commensurate. When President Salif came, President Salif was paying some of the highest salary. However, the Liberian government was only paying a minute of that portion. She was able to get out and move money that was going to that helped into bringing back some of the best and brightest mind at the time. You reduce salary, you cut cost of living. Liberia is one of the most expensive countries to live. The quality of commodities are poor, and people are paying money. You put 1 gallon of gas that's supposed to carry you 20 to 25 miles, carry you only 12 miles. So you are paying things for things that you're really not getting, and then you cut salary to 3,000. You know, you and your cousin are going to be saying like, bro, working. Nobody with the kind of experience and mindset quality will be running to Liberia to work. As a result, you're going to have the country run by so college graduates who just graduate from college and come to work without any experience. Is that really what you want? So it's not as easy as you are saying it. It needs to be a situation that's reviewed and be able to work after.
That's
so
not true. Thank you, Paul. Uncle Sam, please talk to us.
Look, Paul, with all due respect, they paid a man $20,000 a month, and they were the worst roads in the history of the country of Liberia. 66 out of 68% agreement. So the pay had no reflection on their output. They had no reflection on their output. They brought you some of the most fraudulent deals with their high salaries. They went to some of the best schools in the world. The problem is the system in Liberia is designed for people to exploit, for people to steal. Until that is changed, I don't care who they bring here. They can bring in Diamond from JP Morgan Chase. Once he's working in this writing system, look, first of all, I want to thank President Boycott. Is according to reports, the roads are good. Okay, people are traveling in fewer hours and not sleeping the road, going to Grand Judiciary and other places. But this is my concern. My concern happens to be that whether we can maintain these, whether this can be consistent. And the problem of Liberia is that we are like white chicken. You cannot praise them. That's the only thing. So, and then if you want to be a person that fixes roles and do things, you have to do it by governance. So you can't go bring in 285 machines. Since May 26th, you announced it. We haven't seen any invoice. We haven't seen any agreement. We haven't seen anything. So what are you trying to do? As good as it is, to me, it looks rotten because it's not been done in good faith. is being done to benefit a corrupt few. So the good roles is being X out by the bad governance system that is instituted to make it happen, including the proposed $22 million to build the roads without a competitive bidding system that was given to the same people who've been taking government money like SSF, like West African, and East International. So fix the roads, but fix the roads according to governance. That's my issue.
Thank you very much. I'm going to bring in Ambula, my mate. Your 10 second, Ambula.
I mean, I will talk on the salary issue. Uncle Sam, if you pay people well and they stole, the solution is not to underpay people. If you pay people good money and they did not perform, the solution is not to underpay people. Without saying anything to you in the negative form, I know you did consulting. Myself do the same. I mean, I can't imagine how anybody will really do a real good job for $3,000 a month in Liberia. Yeah, I mean, I can see that. My point is, when you understand the magnitude, I'm not talking about low-level job. When you understand the magnitude of the problem some of these institutions are faced with, and you just say 3,000 before they take out tax from on it at something around maybe 2,500. You pay a minister of government $2,500. He's managing a budget of over $20-30 million. Nobody will do that in America. Nobody will do that anyway. It's not good practice. So nobody calling for paying people astronomical fees. Nobody calling for you just wasting money on people. But pay people reasonably. And $2,500 for a minister, it doesn't sound well to me. $2,500 for a representative a month, it doesn't sound well to me. But also, $30,000 doesn't sound well to me. So, dwelling to your point, there need to be a real reform around pay. And it should be fair pay. People should be paid fair for the work they do. Thank you, Stanton.
Thank you very much. Asido, welcome, my brother. Talk to us. Your 30 seconds, sir.
Hey, congratulations to you, Police RG Gregor Como, for receiving your guest today. We saw very plenty group of people on the tarmac at the airport receiving your pastor. The police convoys were all there. There were no guns. There were no army arms with rifles and the biggest guns you can think about. This is the country we want. RG, I'm sure you experienced what we've always come up here to argue about. We saw your guest in the VIP of our country. People were welcoming him, dancing all around the place. That's what's up. That's what's up. That's the country we want. That's the country we want. And I know Dwadu wants people not to be paid more than $3,000. But this is the same Dwadu who was one of the loudest voices against harmonization, which as far as it wasn't perfect as perfect, but managed to bring about pay equity in our system, by which people who were making 22,000, 14,000 came at least to 7,000, which we agree is manageable. Sometimes it's hard to really differentiate the Dwadu of yesterday and the Dwadu of today. But sometimes we manage to find the average Dwadu. We don't know where the Dwadu stands. But again, I will end up to say, you can lie to take power, you cannot lie to govern. I'm sure we will not be discussing the EPS or the report today, because like we said yesterday, the reality sets in today. Good luck.
Thank you very much, guys. We appreciate us observing our talking time. We said thank you, and we will not interrupt. We will be very, very measured because we want the people to go home with something. Folks, you are commenting. We need to read your comments. We ask you, please, let us know where you're joining us from, which country, which state, which county, and we want to recognize you. We also ask you, please, share our program. Today, Dr. Richardson is working. She's off. Glennie is traveling. She's off. Fatima is off. So therefore, we are here with the men. We will do our best to give you the best program ever. Let's welcome our brother Al Hussein, UJ Fadika. Your 30 seconds, sir.
Well, it's nice to be back. Good evening, my esteemed panelists, fellow panelists. A lot of things were said today. Three things. There was this Jefferson Koji press conference, whatever that is. He was ejaculating a lot of stuff. I think we learned a new word today, verbal ejaculation. He was ejaculating a lot of stuff. Then Zoe panel interview. Stanton, a few days ago when I came here and told you guys that about our confidence in our yellow machine and the good work that Liberian people are going to experience. You guys may have beaten me the other time and tried to throw me under the bus, but the good deeds of the rescue train are manifested in so many ways. Zoe Penon became a convert today. He was preaching the good news that we do not have to go through articles to get visa again or get whatever, let's say, pass it to go through articles to go. And you know the interesting thing? We received the least vote in the Southeast. It almost cost us an election. But you know what? They are Liberians. They are our brothers and sisters. In fact, they are going to be supported more so that come 2029, they will do better. And we saw that manifest today. I had another friend that came from Maryland, 9 hours straight from Maryland all the way to Monrovia, and it was stopping and drinking on the way. That's the kind of Liberia. When JMB said roads, he is the real bad road medicine. Now, country medicine man that came to lie to the people, build roads that less than 6 years before they left office, all the roads are damaged again. And, you know, so but the next thing on my mind is salary problem. Look, I agree with Mommy. The solution to salary is not low salary. Is putting in place a structure and holding people accountable. That's the solution. We do not.
Everybody talk about you. 10 seconds at least.
Let him finish.
Go ahead. I'll send it back to you.
So let's give you the 10 second. We got to run.
Let me say this very slowly because I tend to talk fast. Everything I said, everybody may say. And my brother Meme listens very carefully. I was quite shocked. I say a maximum of $3,000, and you set a guideline. If you meet the guidelines, you get bonuses. Now, I want to ask you a question. Who in government, how many people you know in government can leave Liberian government, go in the private sector, and easily make $3,000 in Liberia? Not many. Number two, how many people you know here in America, literally the greatest country on the face of the earth, in the Liberian community, walking around on average? Now, overtime, I'm talking about your overtime, I'm talking about regular folks that are making $3,000 with no overtime, nothing. So let's get realistic about Liberia. Let's get real about Liberia.
Guys, we got to do one. We got to go into the conversation. You said 10 seconds.
Dwalu, stop that. What kind of people you think
guys, stop.
I'm sorry. Regular people.
Dwalu, you asked for 10 seconds. Let's stick to the 10 seconds.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Now, guys, let's take it one at a time. Anybody want to reply to Dwalu?
Yes. Well, yeah. Let me.
So let Mommy go first.
Dwalu, in America, a supervised Liberian that make more than $4,000 a month, and I say overtime because there's no overtime. Because there's no overtime. I come in. There's no overtime. Salaried employees, no overtime. You work 9 to 5, Monday to Friday. You go home. Supervised, then they make more than $4,000 a month.
Mm-hmm. Okay, you want to chime in, Paul Kennedy? Let's do this quick.
I will say the same thing Mohammed said. I supervise Liberians. I'm not even talking about other professionals. Liberians who are made up to $5,000 a month, $2,500 every 2 weeks. So what kind of people are you talking about who would not be able to make $3,000? Liberians.
One at a time, guys. One at a time.
Only a approval or somebody are sending you their salary, their employment, the jail got.
Okay, thank you. Let me say this, then we'll go to Acid though. Everybody will have the 10 seconds, but let's do this. Uncle Samway, I beg you. Everybody will have the 10 seconds. Listen, all depends your career line.
Exactly.
All depends. All right. So let me tell you. All depends what you are doing, right? As a nurse, you can make $45 an hour, 12-hour shift, and you work 3 days a week without overtime. You make way good money. All depends whether you're LPN, whether you are RN, whatever you find yourself. All right. All depends what you're doing. Listen, we shouldn't dwell on this. Let's move on. I want to agree with Uncle Sam. Let's just move on. Which state you are, what you're doing business-wise, and then where you find yourself. But I will also add my 30 seconds to this. If a country is so rich like Liberia, and we are sincere to ourselves, we can make a month, 2 weeks, every week, we can make up to that 20,000 if we do the right thing. You cannot run a ministry that bringing in of themselves $20-30 million every year. That director is traveling all over, is doing everything, and when you put all his benefit, and you say, "Oh no," if that ministry, that entity is producing sincerely, the staff got to be happy. Now, if you underpay them, they will be engaged in massive corruption, and that's what we are saying. Secondly, my own opinion on this, everybody have their own opinion. Where we are right now as a country, we are not doing better. But I answered the question was right. Are you guys embracing the harmonization now that was set in place by President Weah? Are you guys embracing this harmonization that few people will be going home with $50 while other people enjoying the money? This system that the President, Joseph Yima Bwaga, have called for an audit in every places is unique. Can we follow up with persecution? Can we go after the audit report? And can the President empower himself to implement that our country can be balanced? Now, let's get into the conversation. One, the allegation on Variety newspaper, this newspaper, Chief Justice breaks the law. US 25 to 47,000 on DSA alone. US 8,000 on air ticket to seek medical checkup in Turkey. All these documents, as you can see, let's discuss it. I share with you some of the report. Let's do the very fast. When you speak, give it your best shot because we got a lot coming up.
You give me 10 seconds, you just move on.
I didn't give Isaiah 10 seconds too. You would talk to us.
I care about me.
No, listen, please. We will talk to when you come. So let's share some of these documents. You can find this. These are some of the documents that we received. We want to say to you, please go into them, check them out, screenshot them, read them for yourself. And Nelson, please, when we put this document out, please share on the Spoon pages. We beg you, let our people have them. If you go through this document, it's in the chat room, read it for yourself. I really want to know your own opinion, and the Liberian people want to know. Thank God to this newspaper that came out, the Variety newspaper. Again, we receive information from other sources. Total US $25,472 right there. The comptroller, the judiciary, right there. Account number. There we go again. It's right there. I want you guys to take picture. If you think I'm moving fast, let me know, because I want you to have this document. Teresa passed away January 25th, 2004, February 17, 2024. Sorry, all these things are 2024, not 2004. Directive of Her Honor CNN Yo, Chief Justice, Supreme Court. As you can call this allegation or whatever you want to frame this, I want to hear from you. The Liberian people want to hear from you. You are reading this document. It's the Chief Justice, the Supreme Court in the right direction in helping our country financially. As you can see, travel requests by directive of the Court Administrator Counselor Elizabeth J. Nelson, you are kindly requested to make payment to waive travel and tours in the amount of $8,000. Now we have some other report about family member linked to the Chief Justice. That some of those family members, they don't go to work, but they are receiving the allegation that they are receiving salaries and DSA. Let me hear from you guys. All these documents coming up in our chat room. Mr. Eduardo, you first. The pay these people are making and all these discrepancies with the allegation attached to it.
Mention, these people are not making pay in my book. They are stealing from the state.
The U.S. labor statistics have reported. Don't take Dwali word for it. Go there and see the average pay in America. I don't have time to argue. People can argue. I'm not talking about anecdotal evidence of an individual who makes that money. I'm talking about average in the report in this country. Look, Stanton, these people are doing this because they can get away with it. It's always been Liberia's case. And people will continue to make the argument that somebody cannot live on $3,000 in Liberia. This is ludicrous. I don't care about your morning or your Western lifestyle. I'm talking about in Liberia. The average person lives on $600 per year. $3,000 is a substantial amount of money in Liberia. Government didn't go there to get rich. It's go there to you to serve your people. You will get qualified people and you set a benchmark. And that benchmark say, member will improve Babuli if he meets this benchmark, we'll give him extra $50,000. This is the kind of salary pay grade I want for our country. Stanton, this stuff is not going to change. These guys will continue to do this because government does nothing about it.
So let's run down the cycle. Conor Gray, the retired. Talk to us.
We
are speaking within the 1 minute, please. It's a lot going on, please. We're back.
Okay, sometimes I wonder, when you say someone, the average person in Liberia, I wonder what is defined as the average person. The average person in Liberia does not even get $100 a year. So statistics say 600. So I wonder how they evolve those statistics. But I think we've seen institutions of government repeatedly, especially within the 3 branches. They are competing with one another as to who gets the highest of our resources. This is why each of them, is emboldened to that level to compete with the other. If it's not the Supreme Court, if it's not the Judiciary, then it's the legislature. And then the president, of course, who is the chief of state also, finds him or herself within that competition. So what I'm trying to say, we have to be able to expose them. Kudos, I think there's an addition to Spoon, a variety newspaper now, which I know possesses lots of integrity, and those integrity will be able to push this public official. Look, Senator is wrong here, especially when they start bringing their family members also to benefit. You can't blame past or former regime and don't talk about some of these other institutions like the Judiciary. My brother will have to make a salient move to get these people to book so that they bear the brunt of the public discourse. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Conor Gray, it's always good having you. Thank you for your opinion. We will be faster on exchanging our own conversation here. We are not attacking each other, but let's give each other the chance to talk. You're right on some point. I agree. I like the part that Variety newspaper is added to front page now. We're going to run the competition and give the people the best. Paul Kennedy, talk to us.
Yeah, and I was looking at the request for a ticket. The judge, the chief justice, and her special assistant. Don't get me wrong. They're asking for 2 air tickets. I will respect the chief justice. She can fly business class, but why the special assistant got to fly business class too? Why? Somebody will say, well, they need to be there taking notes, sharing notes with each other. For the 2 or 3 hours or 8 hours they're flying, I believe that they can wait till they get where they're going. That was just too much of money to be spent on travels with an institution that they are working with. However, like somebody said, the whole system needs to be reformed, and government needs to do more to open up the private sector. Nobody will want to go to government to make $10,000 a month if there are a lot of private sector jobs created. The enabling environment for more job creations are not available. So it becomes really difficult for businesses to start up and thrive and do well in Liberia in most sectors besides entertainment. That's why you see all these small liquor store, restaurant, hotel, everything just opening from that perspective. The human service, the human service job human services really not open up to the moment. The taxes are high. You're trying to import things to Liberia, you have to pay CTN, you have to pay this, you have to pay. Just the duties in bringing things to the country is very high. So it limits the chances of expanding private sector. Until private sector expands, everybody's going to be looking to go into government to get job. You pay people low in government. I stayed there for 7 years in Liberia. You pay people low in government, you're not going to get the kind of required expertise you need, and you'll be giving people short change by the time they take us out. And mommy, let me correct you. When they pay you $3,000, the moment they take out the taxes, you get 1,700 Liberian dollars. I mean, US dollars, and 60,000 Liberian dollars component because you get money and so forth. So it's not even up to 2,500. Who want to sit down in Liberia for that kind of money?
Thank you very much. We got Uncle Sam. Talk to us. Thank you, Paul.
Look, the elephant in the room is us. We surrender the entire private sector to foreigners. The largest real estate developer in the country is a Lebanese. The largest industrialist is an Indian. The largest supermarkets, Lebanese and Indians. The largest importers, Lebanese, Indians. All of the big business in this country, they all have foreign controllers, right? They have foreign technocrats, foreign technical people, right? So where do you fit? You don't fit anywhere in society. So that is the problem. You don't need to be doing a job for $2,000 or $3,000. If I were a young man when I came in 1978, I opened my little store. I had a beauty supply store. Even after the war, I was selling my ice. And one guy, he was cussing me when you say you got a master degree and you selling ice, but I'm making $400 or $500 a day. You know, that's the kind of mentality we have in this country. You know, and if I were young again, what I would do, I would be selling. I would open up a small bakery, hire like 10 people, and put it on the pimping, and I build stuff there, and they'll be delivering my shortbread, my cornbread, all of this if I had the energy. But we don't do those things there. There are opportunities here. How do the foolers that come in this country that start the small businesses before we look, they're buying up all of the real estate in the city of Monrovia. They're buying all the real estate all over Tottenham Boulevard, all over Front Street, all over the place. We are the problem. You know, I didn't come to Liberia to do revolution. I came to Liberia to make money. But they obstructed me from making money because I'm a Liberian from Sunnyway. They didn't want to give me all black. They don't want to give me Iron Ore Mountain. And I can write a mean prospectus to raise hundreds of millions of dollars because I'm educated and I can take it to a stock exchange. That's what I'm trained to do. But they would never allow me to exhibit my training because I'm from Sunnyway. I'm from Sunnyway. If I was a white boy with my credentials, I'd be a multi-millionaire in Liberia. But because I'm from Sunnyway, I'm obstructed. That's what the problem. The elephant in the room is us. We are the elephant in the room. We don't want each other to get very wealthy. Man, I love caviar. I love good life. But in order to get out of Liberia, you have to go get a ministerial job, or get a job in the government, or be chief justice and eat caviar. You just can't go to the private sector and do it.
Thank you. Uncle Sam, let's do this real quick, guys. Please. Again, we're going to push our talking time to the 2 minutes, but please talk within that time. I'm going to bring in Asset Doe, Hossein Fadika, and Mohammed will go last on this conversation. We are talking about the Chief Justice, the Supreme Court, the pay, and all the expenses that they are undertaking. And again, you can decide, like, bro, we'll open the phone line and we'll hear from you. For each segment, each conversation, we want to hear from you. Your own take on this issue. We want to get you involved, okay? So share the show, please, guys. Let's share it on Facebook because the people need to hear us. We're going to go to you, my brother Isaac Doe.
Yeah, well, Santa, we're not going to be part of those who speak on emotions and just speak because speaking is there. We want to be very sure we are speaking to what's important and, of course, what's the reality of things. So I just saw, I don't know how you call the newspaper again, but I just saw the headline, the Chief Justice break the law. So, okay, the Chief Justice break the law. What law? What provision of the law? The Chief Justice took DSA, so she broke the law. She bought ticket, or she rode first class. So, yes, you broke vouchers and other things. Okay, so I mean, I mean, something could be immoral, or you may see it as not being the best interest of the country. Yes, but when it comes to the law, I mean, the government has set levels by which you take DSA based on where you're going, based on the amount. So if you were to be coming to Washington, for instance, the DSA per day is $300 and something. If you were spending 20 days there, they multiply 320 per 20 your plane ticket and they give it to you. So what is the law? Unless somebody tell me this article in the law provision, I mean, we can discuss it. I'm not saying someone should take 50,000, and again, 25,000 is for two persons. That would mean each person will be around 12,000 something, including ticket, including DSA. I'm not sure what law is broken. I'm still waiting for someone to tell me the provision of the law so I can go there. I don't think taking DSA means law is breaking or buying plane ticket. If you want to talk about people buying first class, man, the president or tourism ambassador plus his business envoy just went to China. They rode business class, both of them. So at the time they were riding the business class, it was not law being broken though. But the Chief Justice of the Republic of Liberia, who everyone will expect will be on a plane also having conversation with VVIPs, should go ride. I mean, let's be fair now. I mean, what is the law? But I'm waiting when we can bring the law, what article it is, what kind of law is breaking, how was the law breaking, then maybe we can have that discussion. But as of now,
Thank you. Thank you. Let me bring in you, Fadiga, please.
I think for the first time I want to agree with Isaac. I'm kind of curious too. Quick math of the 20,000. So she was getting a little over $1,312 daily allowance. When I checked the ticket, it didn't show business class. It said she was flying L class, which is an economy class. She flew. She may have upgraded at the airport, which most people do if you understand a ticket, or she may have flown a business class. She's a Chief Justice. The $20 may seem on the higher end, but for Istanbul, going in hotel, the money was paid to a tour company. I don't know the package. I don't think it's for an average person. The money may seem very, it would be a lot of money, but just for someone who have traveled and someone that have been to that part of the world, that is not a lot of money. Even if it is a lot of money for the ordinary person, my concern here is what law did she break? That's my problem. It may be overspending, it may sound wasteful, but I do not think that this has risen to the point where we say she broke the law. And let me end with this. Dwalu, I do agree with you. If nobody else agree with you, on the average, most people make around $3,000. But here is the difference. In Liberia with a bad economy, in Liberia with a system where a lot of people are now working, that 3,000 could mean paying more than 10, 15, 20, 30 relatives.
That one not your business. That one not your personal business.
No. That's how it is here. So even though their mom is on a normal atmosphere where we had a good economy, where people can go to school, there are Minaya jail for people that didn't go to school, didn't do something, and people can something. Honestly, where people are not dependent on one another, yes. But for Liberia, that money will finish so fast. This country is even more expensive to live in than living in the US. Because I spend more money in Liberia now than I'm spending in the US. In the US, sometimes I don't even spend $100. Most of the things are already prepaid. The end of the month, the one bill comes up. It's hard to measure it that way. But I do agree. On a normal atmosphere where we have a very a good economy, where people are working, that money it's a lot of money here. But given how our people live here, how we live in our local community, how everybody help one another, but that money go way too fast. So that is where I'm low iffy about it. But on the average, that's just the amount most people make in the U.S.
Thank you very much. Let me bring in my brother Abdullah Mambe. Abdullah, let's talk about the Supreme Court, and let's talk about the trip of CNN and her assistant.
The details are in the story. But before I go there, let me say something briefly on audit. Stanton has in his possession now, at least from the last time he spoke to me, more than 7 different audit reports. Our responsibility, and he asked the team to just share it on Facebook. Our responsibility is to go in that report, highlight issues, and move to the next one. The EPS under George Weah, they can provide all their explanation. They spent $628,000, give it to people.
You're the last to close on the Supreme Court stuff. Then we'll start with audit. Can you do that, please?
Yeah,
let's close on this, please. We'll come to you. Will start the audit story, but let's close on the Supreme Court, please.
Okay. So to CNN, your case is $1,000 a day, $1,000 a day on per dime, daily sustaining allowance. When you calculate the amount in the receipt that we saw, divided by the 16 days, it's around $1,250 a day as daily sustaining allowance. I know the foreign service manual, maybe there is a special procedure at the judiciary that allows this. But whatever the case is, that judiciary, that Supreme Court, have resisted every effort to get an audit. It is until recently they accepted this, their whole theory about system to put in place system. And even at the system, at that system process is going on, the revelation of how they are misusing state resources at the Supreme Court. How they spend resources they generate, how they use it, everything continues to be covered in darkness. That's a branch of government. For over 18 years, no audit, no review. But things are coming up now. Bad labor practices, allegation of corruption, misuse of state resources has been there since we introduced our new form of government after the war. And that branch of government have refused to accept audit and compliance. That is the point. Forget about what is written in the headline. That is the issue. For a branch, and in their law, in the judicial law, the law, it says they should be audited once every year. The refusal to do that is breaking the law. It's written in their law. They should be audited every year. They cannot show one audit report on their website for the last 18, 20 years. That's breaking the law. That is the big picture. Forget about the $1,000 check you took. We can speak to that, but that is your problem, Supreme Court judges. That is your problem. 18 years plus, no audit, no review. Your law requires you to be audited rather. You have refused to do so. Now you put in place a mechanism to put in system, things are coming up. There are indications where you employ your relatives in your office. And you travel with these handsome and large travel allowances. Whether they align with a special rule in the judiciary that is different from what is in the executive and the House of Representatives, investigation will establish that. But the fundamental issue in the big picture is you have resisted audit that your law requires you to do. Thank you, Stanton.
Thank you very much. Now let me just ask a question, and I know you guys have questions for each other. Make it very interesting. My question is that did she break the law, Mr. Eduardo? that, I mean, the Supreme Court, are they breaking the law? Listen to everybody's own opinion here. What do you think?
Extension, I would say yes, because let me tell you something. If there are guidelines set by the Supreme Court itself, and they are not following that guideline, it's breaking the law. Call it a statute, call it an amendment or whatever rules. Look, when the entity does not get audited, there is something wrong, inherently wrong, and it's unlawful. Yes, they're breaking the law. You're muted.
Paul left. Oh, Conor Gray. Are they breaking the law? The Supreme Court? Let's focus on the Supreme Court. Are they breaking the law to you? With all the documents coming up.
Stanton, there are specific laws that we prohibit as a people, whether employing or hiring our own relatives, or refusing to be audited, or refusing to just conform with the laws that you expect the larger society to conform by. If you fail to live by those rules and standards, definitely you are breaking the law. And I noticed that what people have not done is to judge the book by the cover, as opposed to looking at the detail of the Variety News reportage. Whatever they were coming up with, read it and see the allegations that were made, and see whether or not they conform with your own understanding of breaking the law. It's clear there. All the laws that the paper highlighted, they broke the law, my brother.
Okay, Uncle Sam, what say you? Are they in violation of the law?
They all break the law, Stanton, but that's not the issue. Look, if you go for 1847, all the ministers, all the presidents, everybody. But this is what rational societies do when it comes to the judiciary. And Joalo, you can agree with me or you can disagree with me. So you have an issue where you say, okay, you're taking your audits from 2018 to 2023. What you do in big English, you take the most egregious and you prosecute. But if you start prosecuting 27, 30, 40 people, you water the thing down. The court system does not have the capacity to prosecute 20, 30 people. So what rational prosecutors would do in organized societies, they would say, okay, we have all these other reports, and these people broke the laws. Part of them broke the law. You can find any law to book any president, to book any vice president, to book any minister, because they all break the laws. That's just the way it is. But do you prosecute 27 ministers, 13 heads of agencies, all the EPS directors, all their subordinates? You don't do that. You are going towards a chaotic society by doing that. Take the most egregious, say 3 to 5, and let it be like something like let it be a clear example, okay? But to start going after CNN, you're in the judiciary, and we're doing it here. I think this is good for Spoon, good for our ratings, but in terms of the effect of it, it will have no effect in the judiciary or on public opinion. Because I brought
thank you very much. Thank you very much, Uncle Sam. Okay, let's talk about this travel ticket, right? And I know I got to go to ISA, Fadika, and Mambi. Then we'll wrap up on this. Is there anything in the DSA to show that the special assistant to CNN should be flying business or first class? Asa, can you talk to me? It's your turn.
Well, the travel ordinance actually gives specific categories as to who can do what, and of course, the Chief Justice, the President, the Speaker fall in the top category. So I don't want to be categorical to say 100%, but I'm 99.9% certain. But I wanted to quickly.
You're 99% certain on what? That is special. I'm asking on the special assistant, not the Chief Justice.
Oh, the special assistant.
Yes,
well, I don't think so. But again, it depends on the arrangement and things that happen. Now, the special assistant to the Chief Justice is the special assistant. Now, if the Chief Justice wants to get something, is she going to go back to again? We can look.
So my question remains the same. And again, is there anything within the ordinances that the special assistant should fly first class or business class?
I'm answering the same thing, Stanton. There is nothing that's said for, there is nothing that's said against, but we can look at how best it benefits the country. We all can agree, but I wanted to provide quick clarity on something. So the Justice Ministry does get audited. Every agency in the ministry do get some form of audit. Yes, the Justice Ministry, not the Justice Ministry, but the Judiciary definitely go through audit. Now, let us again put out emotions and just draw back a little bit. You know, we always compare Liberia with US in certain instances because we are almost like the same kind of a country. They're almost like in the US, for instance. The CIA never gets audited from any auditors from outside. Now, there's a board they call it GAO, Government Accountability Office. They have a broad oversight over the CIA, but because they are limited from seeing certain documents, so they place broader audit under the Office of the Inspector General. So for that one, you and I hear outside, you who think that they never get audited, but they do get audited every year based on the standard set aside. This is the same with the Liberians and NSA. NSA does get audited. The only thing is that they have their own procedures and processes by which they are audited within due to the sensitivity of their operations and, of course, the documents that other auditors may not see. Today, we are having an APA audit being leaked out in the public. Imagine if you were to be auditing NSA through the same channel, you will be seeing that even Dwadu is one agent for NSA. You will be seeing Dwadu name. You will be seeing Azekdo name. And we don't want these things. Unfortunately,
thank you, Isaac.
Where we are. And these are the reality, no matter how you try.
Thank you, Isaac. So the question is same Fadika. We just put the ordinance, for the traveling, the DSA, everything. Yes, indeed, there is nothing says special assistants to be traveling business class. Now, you can take your money and buy a business class ticket or first class ticket, but you cannot make a request that your special assistant should get the money to travel on a business class. I hope we're clear. Talk to me, Fadiga.
Well, Stanton, the document that I think we all read, the ticket there didn't say business class, except where we are reading different things. Now, some economy class, you see it? So it says economy. And if you look at the other receipt, it shows the L class. And most L class.
No, listen, I beg you, Fadiga. Sorry to interrupt you. Let's read this again. By directive of the court administrator, Councillor Elizabeth Nelson, you are kindly requested to make payment to waive travel and tours in the amount of 8,000 to, I think 200, I believe, or 8,000.
$8,082.
Thank you. For 2 air ticket, Monrovia, Istanbul, Monrovia business. You see business right there. Business to economy. Business. Okay. So we didn't see the end of that document, so your argument can hold water, okay, for the Chief Justice and her special assistant. But I can also defend your argument since you draw our attention. Maybe the end of that, what we didn't receive, is saying business and economy. So I would say to you, I believe it's saying business and economy because she's talking about a special assistant. So you can proceed. Go ahead.
So that's exactly what I saw, and that's what I was saying: business and economy. And given the distance, that seemed about just the amount you would pay for 2 tickets. She would probably have paid 5,000-6,000, and then 2,000 and change for an economy round trip ticket. I don't know which airline it went with, but that airfare seems to be on the more expensive side, main cabin ticket. So I don't think anything out of the norm there yet. What my concern has been drawn to the audit part. I think that every other branch of government, if you are using taxpayer money, you need to account for it. That's my story. I think people should be able to, answerable to the Liberian people. This is not your money, but as far as her breaking the law, as far as me seeing anything fishy there, anything suspicious, no. It just seemed like a normal Chief Justice flying out, going for medical treatment. She probably got hotel car rental, food, everything inside there, packages, looking at turkey. I think it's a fair amount. 16 days, that about a little over 2 weeks. That seems reasonable for me.
Okay, thank you very much. Mama, take us home, man. We'll continue with this story. The next thing coming up will be the audit. Mama, talk to us. Let's finish up.
I want to ask question on this topic since I didn't make a comment. Let me just ask a question.
No, but let wait after Mama will come to you, please.
Okay.
There is nothing to call some kind of audit. Audit is audit. When people try to hide their corrupt deeds and protect their lord masters, that's when they create these chicaneries and talk about some kind of audit. Audit is audit, guided by laws. Reports are published. Auditees respond. That's audit. The judiciary law says the judiciary should be audited once every year by the General Auditing Commission. That's the law. If you can't do that, you are in violation of the law. It says you must be audited once every year, and they designated the auditee, which is the General Auditing Commission. That's the law. And that's some kind of audit. Audit is audit. NSA can be audited and should be audited. The intelligence component is different from the administrative component. That's how it is done. People should stop stealing and hiding behind these things. Even the Crow report on the missing 25 million mop-up, when they conducted their audit, they realized that there was certain information that would have compromised national security. They cover it up and said, this one, we can provide it. The one that they felt was just necessary for the public, they provided it. You can do the same thing with NSA. In the EPS audit, the place that has intelligence, they mention it, they say this one is intelligent. They left it out. They only put the figure. You can audit. On the judicial, on the Supreme Court judge, here's the law she broke. Ordinance 16 of the Government of Liberia Revised Travel Ordinance Law says the Speaker, the House of Representatives, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court.
Mama, so let me put it up. Please, yes, forward, let me put it up.
Shall be given, in addition to entitled accommodation, a per diem and accidental allowance of $350 per day. $350 per day. I'll send it to you, Stanton. What you eating in Turkey that you spend $1,000 a day? What you eating? They pay your hotel. They pay your medical bill. What you eating? That human being you buy to eat? That you must spend 1,000 US a day? The ordinance says 350. I'll send it to you, Stanton.
No, you didn't.
So maybe the judiciary has its own law. I put it in the chat room also. It's there in the chat room. It's there, Stanton. Maybe the judiciary has its own law that says they can take that amount of money. But from what we read here, they say the Chief Justice, Supreme Court, House of Representatives Speaker, $350 a day. Just to buy a tea and other things.
So what the documents say? How much is she receiving? Or how much
as per my calculation, as per the calculation of this, it's 1,000 plus a day.
So then let that go back, Mama. Hold on.
1,250.
So, Mama, hold on there. So let's just now have a minute. I beg you. Hold on, Mama. We'll come back to you. Are you now going back to say the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, they are in violation? Anybody? Mama, hold on. I want to pause you because I'm putting up this thing. Paul Kennedy, talk to us. Well, I mean, what do you think now? The document very clear, though.
So was the Chief Justice going on a business trip? That's the first thing I want to establish.
Can you put it up, though?
What was the Chief Justice going for?
Yeah.
I hear people saying medical, I hear people saying business. What is she going? Is she going to represent the Republic of Liberia? That's the question I want to ask before making any comment whether she's breaking law or not. But that document is not telling me, it's not giving me that information. Do we
That
have
was
any
a
document
private
that's
trip.
saying that?
That was a private trip.
Okay. Okay. So I know.
So
I know she went to Turkey for how you call it, a governmental / medical. I can say that to you because I know.
How?
I
How
mean,
you
she
know
went to Turkey. She went to Turkey.
It is your word.
But it's not my word, my man. Let's move on. Certain things we cannot put it up because I gotta respect the woman's privacy. So let's just move on, please. At least I try to answer your question. You can take it or you can take it. It's up to you.
For Botox.
I got $100 for you. You smart.
Yeah, I'm not going to go into it. Some things we just can put it up. Let's just talk about this. Yeah. So go ahead, Paul. I mean, the reason why you asked the question, at least I try. I don't want to get into the little privacy issue.
No. Is it? And so that limits me to saying whether she breaks a law or she does not. If she's going on a private trip, first of all, she's not even supposed to get money from government to go on that trip, period. Right? If the trip is for her private medical, if somebody can tell me where in the government provision, the ordinance and travel law that say they should be paying for people to go
so
to
let's just so I beg
There's
you.
in the ordinance. The ordinance
I beg you, Fatiga. Let's just agree. She went on the trip on behalf of the government. As per this document, Paul Kennedy, I just want us to, I beg you, as per this, I say Fatiga, I say put it up. What the document is saying, was she in line to take more than what is required of her? That's just a question I'm asking everyone. To take more than what is required. Ordinance number 16 of the GOL revised travel ordinance law. All right, the Speaker of the House of Representatives and the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court shall be given in addition to the entitled accommodation, to the entitled accommodation, and per diem an incidental allowance of $350 each day. What is the in addition? We don't know.
No.
I don't know what's the in addition. Let me finish. Let me finish. I beg you. Okay. I know we're gonna put the next spreadsheet. Hey, Fatiga, hold on now. I really I beg you guys. I said, though, let her inform our people. We're begging you. In addition to the entitled accommodation and per diem an incidental allowance of US $350 for each day of stay abroad for extra accommodation charges and other incidental expenses irrespective of the country he or she is traveling to. This amount shall be accounted for, including submission of relevant hotels and other receipts on return. Now, it is important. What say you? In addition to something. So she got something already, but she'll be receiving additional $350. Let me skip you for a minute, though. I want Mommy to speak on this. I beg you. Mommy, I mean, what put sense in this one? She already getting something. The $350 is just in addition, right?
The receipt you have there, the receipt. No, now they want the other one. No, the other one that say payment of $320 for GSA.
Is this one?
No, the third one. Okay,
is this the one?
Yeah, see the description for the payment there. The description for the payment says daily sustaining allowance. You get it?
Yeah, we're following you. Talk to us.
Yeah, daily sustaining allowance. It didn't say hotel accommodation. So my point, and that's what I took to calculate. To sustain you per day, it didn't say hotel accommodation, it didn't say air travel, it didn't say stuff. So your daily sustenance is what I'm calculating and saying the 20,000 plus that is there divided by 16 days is 1,000 plus a day. I'm saying, what do you need 1,000 plus a day to sustain yourself? That's the point I'm making. The ordinance that is calling, say, in addition to, it is possible that it will be in addition to your hotel accommodation, which is different from your daily sustaining allowance. But when you go down, and I will send this to you also, it broke it down for the president per day. It said the president per day is 2,000. The vice president is 1,003. The chief justice is 350. The deputy speaker is 200. That's how it's written. President per day, 2,000.
So, Mama, I understand that. I beg you, help us understand better, please. Where I'm coming from, man, we got to move away from this conversation. In addition to what? What that in addition is, my man.
In addition to your hotel, because when you go, you got to sleep in hotel. In addition to your hotel, in addition to your plane ticket, you need daily sustenance. You need to eat. And that's why they describe it in this particular request that they were making as daily sustenance allowance.
All right, Mama, hold on. Let me bring in Martin Colley that wrote that story. Please, I beg you. We'll give you just a few seconds, guys. It's very important. We are talking about the Chief Justice of the Republic of Liberia. Let's hear him. He now the owner of the Variety newspaper. Martin, welcome to the show. This is Martin K.N. Colley. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much, CEO. It's always a pleasure to join you from SI. Thanks to all of the panelists. I've been following the show religiously, and you guys are doing a great job. Thanks.
Can you clarify what we just read? And in addition to the daily allowance given to the Chief Justice, don't go to the President or Vice President, just the Chief Justice, $20,000. Talk to us.
The first thing I want to say, CEO, is to extend my appreciation to the team in Monrovia, the team of investigative and independent journalists working at the Verity newspaper that uncovered this glaring violation on the part of the Chief Justice. So let me clarify the in addition to. So if you look on Annex 3 of the law, it talks about DSA, daily sustenance allowance. And it defines daily sustenance allowance as hotel bill plus per diem. So that was the in addition to they were referring to. Because there are two things on the document that we uncovered. Number one, daily sustenance allowance. Number two, incidental allowance. If you look in the budget of the Chief Justice, those are two different lines. We even stated those lines in our discovery or in our investigative report. The lines are very clear if you go on the approved budget, right, of the Chief Justice, fiscal year 2024, budget code 201, budget line 0100 on page 162 to 163. You will see, for example, the Chief Justice has an annual foreign travel daily sustenance allowance of 20,000 at budget line 221102, while foreign travel incidental allowance accounts for 7,000 at budget line 221103. So when we go back to the law, the GOL revised travel ordinance law. The law is very clear. What constitutes DSA is 280 per day, right? So the DSA refers to the per diem, which is $90, plus the hotel rate, which is $190, because all the countries are listed in the law, including Turkey. So this is the rate for Turkey relative to DSA. When you go to the incidental allowance, which Mohammed referred to, you're talking about $350. Do the calculation, $350 plus $280, which the Chief Justice should have gotten per day. You have 630. Multiply 630 by 16. So she should have received $10,080 for the 16 days. Even though the law said the government should not pay you days, but we pay her more than 7 days. Besides paying her more than 7 days, the amount is far more than what we should have paid her for incidental allowance and the daily sustenance allowance. This is a violation of the law. This is the behavior of an unjust. It is unacceptable, CEO. The narrative in our report is very clear. Very, very clear. The same violation the legislature did, it is the same violation the judiciary is doing. We cannot continue with this. Do your calculation, CEO. So when you refer to the in addition is the DSA, the daily sustenance allowance, which equates to both the per diem and the hotel bill or the hotel rate for Turkey. Look in that law, you see Turkey. Turkey is there. How much you supposed to get when you go to Turkey? How much you supposed to get as a Chief Justice when you go to the United States? How much you supposed to get as a Chief Justice when you go to China? Everything is in the law. That's the law. She's the Chief Justice, the interpreter and arbiter of the law. She should uphold the law and not violate the law. But we gave her 20,000 plus. For what? On what basis? She went on a private trip. She went for medical checkup. And it's in a document, CEO. The document is very clear. Medical checkup, incidental allowance, and daily sustenance allowance for medical checkup in Istanbul, Turkey. The dates, everything are there. Signed by the controller, approved by the administrator of the court.
Okay, so let's just hold you right there, Martin. Oh, you want to say something, Mr. Duarte? Talk to us.
Lord Martin, thank you for coming on, man. My Liberian people, my woman, and I mean Duarte again. I mean, I begin opa. I your own son. I let her bring it in and down. That woman went to Turkey. The time when she spent Turkey, the money where he gave her, it would take Pudi man 11 years before he can make that money. We look at Pudi man gave 150 for the whole month. So for that woman, she spent 2 weeks, 3 weeks in Turkey. They gave her $20,000. If Pudi man work in Labra Pudi, it would take 11 years for that man to make that money. This is the country we have, and we're supposed to be mute about it. Somebody, look, I worked for a company back in the day for racing as a proposal analyst. This is a maybe $200 billion company. We now allowed to eat more than $40 per day when we travel. If you eat more than $40, you bring whatever we see. If you go stay in a hotel room more than $150, you can't discuss it. This is a country that barely has a $700 million budget. And we are willing to give people that kind of money. What do you eat in Turkey? Low, mommy. Somebody say, yeah, she eating Turkey low. We laugh because we have to bring our stress down. This is literally killing this country. People just traveling. We pay. I mean, just think about it. You go to government, you get a part of paying when you leave, you're a multi-millionaire. And we're supposed to accept this. Gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Paul Kennedy talk to us. Let's do a quick round. Martin, you got anything to add? I know we'll call you again. We have to move without audit.
Yeah, CEO.
Yeah, real quick.
There's another contradiction I will report on cover. Because our journalists at Verity News, they are doing extremely well in terms of digging out these facts because we are in 5 days and evidence-focused newspaper. We are not just reporting anything. We are producing high evidence. So there's another contradiction, right? Let's go to the 2024 fiscal year budget. When you look at that budget, CEO, right, the overall, the Chief Justice has for both subsistence allowance and incidental allowance is $27,000 in her budget. When she travels abroad, she has $27,000 for DSA and incidental allowance. As at the time she went to Turkey and came back, she had already spent $25.47K, which constitutes 94.34% expenditure of her entire budget for foreign travel daily subsistence allowance and foreign travel incidental allowance. So the remaining that was left as of April when she came back was just 5.66%, which constitutes $1,528. So what does she use to go way to December? This is fiscal just violating the law. What is this, CEO? Go to the Supreme Court. I spoke to some of the workers today. They are making barely $150. When Chief Justice is going for her private medical using almost $33,000 in ticket and subsistence allowance. What is this? What is this? I thought we are beating on the legislature and the executive for the same thing. The Supreme Court, the Judiciary, in entirety is very corrupt. They need to be audited as well. And I want to call on the government of President Weah. The Judiciary is not
President Weah or President Bouaka?
No, brother, take time.
Yeah. I want to call on President Bouaka. The Judiciary is not immune from audit. The same way we can audit the executive, the same way we are auditing the legislature, the Judiciary should be audited. The Judiciary of the Chief Justice is $20,000 United States dollars. We just discovered that coming up in our story. It's coming up in our next edition. We have the payroll of the Chief Justice. It is clear. It is clear. CEO.
So before you leave, let's talk about that. You have the payroll of the Chief Justice. You are your next paper. Your next printout will be on Friday. Am I correct?
The next printout will be on Friday, yes, but we intend to bring that on Monday, right?
The Chief Justice has more, not Friday, Martin.
Sorry?
The Chief Justice period is not Friday.
No, Monday. We'll bring it up on Monday, right? Because we want for people to see for themselves. The Chief Justice has gross $20,000 United States dollars, in addition to benefit over $4,000 per month. I'm talking about per month. And we are going to produce all these documents, evidence for the Liberian people to see for themselves.
So, ladies and gentlemen, again, this is Martin Cody. We want to say thank you for joining us, man. We will run with those stories. Again, we are sharing information. That's what we do. As Front Page Africa now is Variety. We encourage you running CS Story, Martin Cody newspaper, Hitting the Black. He's bringing it out every 3 days a week, aiming to go 6 days a week. We want to say again, with Spoon Network and Spoon Talk, we are partnering with these different newspapers to bring you nothing but the best stories. So when you're close to your radio, you cannot grab a copy of the newspaper. John Spoon in the evening will give you all you need to do. Martin, thank you. We'll keep in touch, bro. Yeah.
So, hold on, can I have
Ask it though, please.
Yeah, so brother Martin, I wish you well, my brother. And thanks for coming on as well. CEO, after Martin has spoken, can anyone summarize what exactly the issue is again? You know, I don't know, but we want to change our country for a better. There's one way we can change our country for a better, by speaking those things in reality how they are. Stanton, you have to, it is good to make political speech, to get people by your sentiment. But then comes the reality of how things happen. Now, my brother talked about the chief. I don't know how to put it, but I know I won't talk Bible, my brother, but it's just crazy. So, Stanton, Martin is a smart boy. I know he will help himself. This whole publication, whatever, is a nothing bother. I'm sorry to say it's a waste of the time. And trust me, you can ask Martin for another 200 years. He will not tell you any wrong anyway. I'm not saying Chief Justice should take 100,000. No. I'm not saying she should take 20,000. No. But when it comes to the issue of breaking the law, it's not based on what I want or what Fadiga wants. It's based on what the law says. So I wanted to be clear. Now, I was in government. I traveled. I came to Washington. I went to Rwanda. So I am not saying based on what someone told me. I'm saying based on what I did. When I traveled, I had my DSA. The DSA is usually 2. Your hotel plus your feeding and my incidental. The incidental is a totally different thing. But its name it tells you unforeseen expenses. Say, for instance, you get at the airport, but then you need to get something that you need to pay for quick. That will not be in your DSA. It goes towards it. Maybe you're going whatever car you're having, the tire bust, and you need to put some money on it. That's unforeseen. It is.
We gotta go. Yeah. We gotta go.
You get the money back. He said they're not happy.
So again, it is nowhere in the Republic of Liberia where incidental means you breaking the law or taking 20,000.
Thank you, correct something. Thank you, so on this topic, Mama will go last. We have to go to the.
Stanton, let me correct something.
Yes.
No. Say your own. You're not correct because you don't.
Okay, give him a chance to speak. Let him speak freely. No, let him speak freely. Asa, please. Mama, go ahead.
You correct anybody.
Stanton, let me correct something on the show.
Thank you.
Okay, on the show, fine.
Martin reported that there's a violation. Asa though is trying to pin a picture here and saying there's a difference between accidental and DSA. That is not anybody's argument. Please put all the receipt. Please put all the receipts, Stanton. The receipt, the request for payment. Please put it up and read what it says.
We were in the chat room.
It said no. The other one I said
let you speak freely.
Yes. It says 20,000 for daily sustenance allowance. That's why it says. When people argue, while the argument going on, he as a do put the travel ordinance in the chat room and telling me, say, read it, understand it. In the ordinance he posted, When you go down to Turkey, it tells you, yes. No, the other one. Yeah, good. Yeah, they're good. It tells you the Chief Justice is $350. But beyond this, when you go in the original document way down, it gets a spreadsheet of all the countries. And it has $350 there for DSA for the Chief Justice. When you calculate the 20,000 this lady take by the number of days she spent is 1,000 plus. That's a violation. But more than that, the same ordinance he shared. They said you can't pay somebody for more than 1 week. They will pay you for the 1 week. If you spend more than 1 week, you come back, they reimburse you. That's what the law says. But they pay you in advance for 16 days. That's a violation.
Thank you, Bobby. Thank you. Let's end this. We got to end this. We got to move on, Duadu. I beg you, real quick, your question. 10 seconds, Duadu. Real quick.
My question for you, Stanton, if you get accidental when nothing happens, they can carry the money back to the government.
They will eat it.
They will eat it. Can walk the Maya.
So let me say this. We're going to go to the phone line. Next thing you want to come on, we're going to take just few courts on just this one because it's the Supreme Court we are talking about. We are talking about the Chief Justice here. My own concern, though, seriously, 16 days, whether it's the law or not, man, that amount of money, what did the country got in return? And we're not talking about the salary aspect. You guys started that argument, yeah. I mean, you say it would take how many years for one police officer today
to make that money?
A very junior new police officer that just came from the academy to make that money.
If that the 20,000, you're taking 11 years.
I mean, we should really look into this, Nelson. If you're in studio, we need to go to the phone line, Nelson. We need to hear from the Liberian people. Are they going to accept this? Are they accepting it? I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm not saying CNN, they didn't meet it there. No, she met it there. I mean, you can have that argument. It's a fundamental practice. But can we speak to it? Again, where is Nelson, my people? Can somebody call Nelson? There you go. Eduardo, you in the studio? Can you call Nelson? Where is Nelson? We got to go to the phone line, folks. Nelson, can you please go to the phone line?
Go
ahead, Mame, go ahead. Bring up the next conversation. Nelson is holding us.
No, I'm saying we can't be waiting for Nelson.
Go ahead, bring the next conversation up.
Other topics online.
Bring the next conversation up, Mame.
The next conversation is the audit. We stay on audit. We're leaving from one institution to the other. We'll provide summary on the EPS. 15 million. They say they spend it on operations. The auditor said that one, they can ask for evidence for it, that operation. 15 million. So poor people you're listening, EPS spent 15 million, but they say they can't disclose it. Nobody accused them, say the story. I'm just letting you know. They spent 628,000. They give it to people. And they said they can't disclose. It is not part of their intelligence. It's not part of the 15 million for intelligence. This one not on intelligence. They deducted money from the EPS officer for Social Security benefit and they not send it to NASCOP. That's the summary from the EPS. Audit reports, like Kennedy was saying, are not valid. They gave you time to respond. Based on your response, it leads to investigation. So we want to be clear here. Some of us could be audited in the future. So audits are not valid, but it gave you the opportunity to respond. And based on your response, any rational human being can determine what you did with state resources. If you go to court and create stories, but people listening can know. You telling us you spent 15 million in poor Liberia on the EPS, on intelligence, as if we're fighting war in the country. You spend 628,000. You just give it to people. You buy things and they ask for a receipt, you give it to people. But let's go to the Ministry of Agriculture. Oh, you go to Central Bank stuff. Okay. Let's start with Central Bank.
Yeah, let's start with Central Bank. These are because Nelson get the rest of the document. He's not answering. So let's start with Central Bank.
Central Bank, they have been refusing to respond. They have been delaying to respond to the GSE audit so that the final audit can come out. People from in the bank are concerned, and they provided us the sticker issue that keeping the bank tight-lipped and holding on the report. What are the issues? Payments that were made that the bank cannot explain. On 1st of January 2018, they pay 15,000 USD to youth for the support of WIA. That's the central bank. On the 4th of April 2019, they pay 50,000 to Moravia City Corporation. Person to respond to that is Jefferson Koji. On April 24th, 2019, Moravia City Corporation, 50,000. Person to respond, Jefferson Koji. July 23rd, 2019, Ministry of State, 300,000, Nathaniel McGee to respond. House of Representatives. So you see the conspiracy is not only in the executive. You go to the House of Representatives, August 30th, 2019, 40,000 to the House of Representatives. People to respond, Akaras Gray, Buffer Chimos, Thomas Fowler. May 24th, 2019, Crusader for Peace, 20,000. Who to respond? Julie Andy. They went even in the zoos. May 3rd, 2019, the chief zoo, the zoo and the elders, 124,000 USD. May 24th, 2019, Philip Miller, EPS, 14,250, 14,245. July 24th, 2019, Labrador National Police, 200,000, Patrick Suru. August 16, 2019, NSA, 80,000, Sam Sion. July 23rd, 2019, NSA, 150,000, Commissioner Pearson. Stanton, that's it.
All right. Well, so what say you about this report? Because now everybody about that. Now, these are the questionable payments from Central Bank of Liberia made outside of the bank budget. You are talking about individuals that you identify in Jefferson Koji, Senator Nathaniel Fallow McGill, former Representative Akaris Mose Gray, former Speaker Buffer Chimber, current Deputy Speaker Thomas Fowler, current Julie Andy, Labrador Crusader of Peace, Philip Millers, Patrick Sulu, former IG, Sam Sion, former Deputy NSA Director, and NSA Director, former PSC. Why is this so important, Mame?
It is important because the central bank should not be involved into these kind of spending. The central bank should not be involved into it, especially so beyond its budget, outside of its budget. What are you paying you for support job we are 15,000 USD for? Eh? What are you giving the Ministry of State 300,000 for? It's a July 26th celebration.
Well, those requests, and I got to bring the other guys in, what those requests from who? The president?
No, the request not for the president. The caption that on the stone is solicited and unsolicited. So some of them people may request, some of them the central bank, like in the case of the House of Representatives, the speaker sent his people there and they gave them 40,000.
Just like that?
Just like that.
Wow. Okay. Duado, you go first. Colonel Gray, Paul Kennedy, Al Hussein.
On the list, Zazakawa. He say no wish. Please say go out to the people that allow it.
But see, if I bet you not appear on the document, the people say, I don't know why they have to.
Let's see. Yeah. Zazakawa say go out. So everybody that lie on your thing. Look, let me tell you something. When Tanu came, when President Weah appointed Tanu to the central bank, what did he say? His loyalty is to President Weah. The CDC boards were using the central bank like their own fiefdom. Tanu has broken the law. The law requires that he doesn't do this, but he did do it.
His name is Talu, right? Or Tanu?
Talu or Tanu. I don't know his full name, but whatever his name is.
This is how they just spend the money. But so let me say, do you know how much was given to Riverside County Health Department for the duration of the 6-year honor President George Weah? There was less than one-time payment that was given to Montana McGill. That's a celebration. And President Weah was passing around saying that your own personal money you took from your pocket. I said, Jordan was carrying that news. The president built houses from your own money. The president built all the park from your own money. But we learn the central bank, the money coming from there. What they've done to us, this is a crime, Honorable Bwakai. President Bwakai, you have a duty that is far greater than yourself. That duty, and my brother, and it's the same Jackson said, oh, you can't try that lie. You can try everybody. You can try them. Look, if we don't put people in jail, the thing will continue. It will continue, Stanton. I'll give it to you.
Thank you. Colonel Gray.
You know, Stanton, I think the Republic of Liberia is just caught up between the scissors, ideological scissors. One wonders what the narrative would have been if they had seen youth for the support of Joseph Bwakai getting any amount of money for a national caucus. I wonder whether that, you know, we have been so deadened to the extent that we are insensitive to the Republic. I mean, they brought in machines to develop the country. We're angry. Zanzan Kawa, just two organizations in support of George Weah got about 230K. I mean, Sam Sion down there, and of course 150,000 Pearson. Just double this amount. What were they doing? In case we had seen Minister Grisby requesting for 300,000, I wonder what Isaac and Jackson would have said. You think they were going to be able to look at that and say, oh yes, it's worth it? I mean, we get angry when the state benefits, and by extension, the people. And we cheer when private individuals who are leading our country that's supposed to manage our resources benefit. I mean, this is broad daylight stealing, and folks are cheering on because Paku is strong, if in their case. But in this case now, it's something else. I just want to know what would be the narrative if President Bwakai had shown that youth that support him are paid in the conference. I know all of this were a campaign situation. They were trying to salvage exactly. That's why they lost. If God good, they didn't win again because you were going to be worse, my brother.
Thank you, Colonel Gray. Paul Kennedy.
Look, every day I get my head hurts when I see how Liberia has been treated. It's difficult, you know. You check the executive, they are doing something to undermine the growth and prospects of the country. You go to the legislature, the folks there, you know, they're trying to get paid. Now the judiciary, you know, I thought that whole $20,000 per month pay had been harmonized, but it's like, you know, the CDC government only harmonized on people's salary because that 20,000 has been paid since Ellen time. That's actually the money that was allocated during Ellen time for the Chief Justice, for the Minister of Finance, for the Minister of Justice, for the Auditor General. Those money were being paid by the European Commission and whatsoever other goodwill money Ellen brought to the country. But for it to still be paid in this day and time, I just think that the whole country needs to be reshuffled. Can we just stop the whole country and see how we can restructure it to make it work for the people? Because at that point, the country is only working for the few elites. And I think the reason why they killed Turbo. These people killed Turbo because they said the country was only hanging among the Congo people and the native people were not. Now we got native people there. They are suffering their own people. So if Turbo they're laying on your grave right now, turn around, you get going, you'll come back and start shooting some of these native people who kill him.
Oh, we would love that.
You know, for you to kill somebody in the name of corruption, and then you become more corrupt than the person who you kill, because at least about whom they were doing corruption, but look at the development they were putting in place. Look at the system that they have running the country, right? Now you come there and say you're trying to redeem the country from corruption, but you're only trying to be worse than Tobo. So I don't know. Look, sometimes I don't really know what to say because every system of the way has been undermined, has been mastermind. Somebody's getting paid. They are nepotistic. They are giving job to their friends. You're not part of certain group. You can get certain kind of job. Everybody's getting their money. It's just a big deal. Let's find something. I mean, we need to sit down in a room and figure out how to move the country ahead.
Thank you very much, Paul. Thank you. Fadiga?
Well, Stanton, the whole story is just Liberia is a very complicated country. I've learned to choose my battle because the problem in this country is so scattered. You have to actually find a starting point. We have to find a starting point, when it comes to all of these things. I'm just tired talking about the problem. I think we need solutions. We need to start strategizing on solutions. We know the problem. Nobody in this country can say they do not know the problem. Everywhere, the problem is everywhere. So we know the problem. We need to start talking solution. All the documents that we've read, I've read thousands of documents, spent my time writing a lot of articles on just my experience on the ground in the last 5 months. I think I can write about 3 to 5 novels in different directions. And what I've seen is that we don't use our brains a lot here. We tend to do everything to avoid using our brains. We tend to do the bare minimum. We do not sit down and strategize on how to solve problems. People are just too lazy to find solutions. We don't want solution. We enjoy the country like this. Why should certain people change it? Until we can empower our people how to vent for themselves and fight for themselves and demand things for themselves, we'll just be wasting our time because it's the same thing. Business as usual, keep talking at the problem. I think we should find solution. That's all I can say. Because I don't know. Look, every sector, everywhere, every branch of government, whether it's high salary, low salary, unemployment, drugs, it's just all over. Where do we start?
Fadiga, I agree with you, man. I agree with you on this one today. I mean, it's too much. I will wake up in the morning, the tons of documents and people are crying that Stanton discussed this one. The Supreme Court, the legislators, the executive, the civil servant, the religious leaders, the zones. It's bad.
Stanton, can I just say one thing? When it comes to the judiciary, I just want to say something. A couple of years ago, there's a guy called Achi Pompom.
Mm-hmm.
If you see that guy now, you will cry. What Achi Pompom did in Liberia, that similar thing was done in I think it was in Tunisia, right? And that was the beginning of the Arab Spring. It toppled dictators. The youth in those places attained enlightenment for nothing. It made them to move against dictators that have been in power for decades. You know what happened in Liberia? They said, look, it's stupid. I'm going to go burn myself for Liberia. And people made fun out of that guy. He's disfigured now. He got a scar to show for it. But what did he achieve from that? He worked at the past administration. It was so bad. The same people we're talking about.
But let me go ahead because we got to bring in acid out of the country. We know Achi Pompom. We stood with Achi Pompom. We helped Achi Pompom. We did what we could do because Achi Pompom stood for good governance. He stood up for the truth. And you have a lot of Achi Pompom out there. Yes, you are right. Asido, let's talk about this issue.
So
then I want us to go to the RAA. It's troubling. Somebody died a long time ago. These people still paying that person.
So Stanton,
the woman. Go ahead, Asido.
Yeah, so they always say doing the right thing is very hard because people are so used to doing the wrong. So saying the right thing is so hard because people are so clothed into saying the wrong things. Stanton, there's one thing everybody can take from me. I don't go by public sentiment so easily or what people say genuinely. I go by what I know is the real truth. You know, the GSC has been a very professional entity, and I really want to beg the GSC to remain that way. Unfortunately, it's been so politicized now that the very professional auditors there want to do everything to please those who are pressuring them from the political angle. I'm not surprised with the GSC's work. Too many mistakes. And I will say, whoever was trying to stop all of these reports from being leaked, I think was doing a good thing for President Boyka. Mind you, at the end of the day, all of these things will have to go to court. And if you can't have one person go to jail 20 an hour, we tell people, say, oh, you stole, but why you came to jail? Move from there? It's crazy. So let's go into the real. First off, Remy, great, thank you for breaking the thing. Say, why if you have seen you for President Boyka? Remy, with the schedule that was just placed on here, they said January 1, 2018. President, we are beginning president January 22, 2018. So you may want to ask President Boyka who he was giving that money to when he was vice president of Liberia. Thank you very much. I hope you look at it again, please. It said January 1, 2018, President Weah was not a president. So you may want to ask President Boyka who he was giving that money to. And then, you know, we need to understand this. The government runs two arms. One is the fiscal arm, other is the monetary arm. The Ministry of Finance Development Planning is the fiscal arm. They deal with the paperwork and all the fiscal activities. The central bank is the monetary arm. So the central bank deals with the money. Now, all of these things we are seeing does not mean it is the central bank themselves governing. They are giving it on behalf of instructions from the fiscal arms. So to say, oh, central bank give the man, central bank process those transactions. But here's the catch. I know Brother Mame, the expert in everything, was talking about EPS issue. And sometimes I want to laugh. I don't want to laugh. How people can be talking things that don't really conform to the reality in a way that they are so confident. Listen, you said EPS was withholding Social Security taxes and not remitting it. Sometimes you want to understand the system. That's why the lawmakers call for system audit before the actual audit. When you understand the system, you will know how it works, and you will not bring up these kind of reports that many people will see and be laughing. So let me just be quick. Number one here, EPS does not remit Social Security. Ministry of Finance Development Planning is the withholding arm of the government. The only thing you will see from EPS will be the payroll, your gross salary, your taxes, your Social Security. You will see it with EPS. But the actual money vouchers, you will not find it there. Where will you find it? Will be at the withholding entity, which is Ministry of Finance Development Planning. And where is the next place you will find any other evidence of remittance? NASCO. EPS will only withhold on the paper, then they send it to Ministry of Finance. They will do their thing, everything they send to Ministry of Finance. Ministry of Finance withholds the cash and then transmit that cash to Ministry of to NASCO. So if you were to go to EPS to do audit, you will not find documentation on remittance. So I am not happy with the reports coming from GSC. GSC has been a better entity. They can do better. Leave the politic business. Don't be pressured by these people because all of this rests on you. You know, you will never find a voucher of transmission of Social Security from EPS. You will go to the police. They seem to be there. You will go to immigration because Ministry of Finance withholds and they takes the money they withhold to transfer it. So you can only find that money from Ministry of Finance. We can't be here and be acting as if the war break. This is not an election time. This is governance now. And I'm not so satisfied with GSC. They are not doing a good work.
I think, sorry to interrupt you. I think you are confusing the heck out of me. You are falsely defending something that is not unique.
Please help me.
We are.
I will help you.
Listen, thank you. So wait now. Wait. You are me. I think you are falsely defending something that is not unique. But I would like to give everybody, that's your own opinion, whether you blame them. You dealt with the same GAC under your government for 6 years. You play the same game, the same tabata. You were happy with them. But don't interrupt me now. Don't interrupt me, my man. You finish talking, let somebody talk. You got to exercise. No, you got to exercise patience. When you speak, we were quiet. Then we speaking, you shaking your head, you shaking your finger. Come down. Come down. This is phone talk. No, but don't interrupt somebody when they're speaking. You know, I think I disagree with you because the fact remains is that you are celebrating GSC for the past 6 years. You were jumping up with them. They went to your Ministry of Youth and Sport. You celebrated them. You did everything on Calais. Now they're bringing document out. You say no, that wish harm. I mean, which side are you on? But that's my opinion. I disagree with you. Uncle Sam, no. But so you don't want to talk. You won't give a chance.
No,
Are we not entitled?
I wanted to have seconds.
No. But we pass you now. You have enough time to talk. We pass you, my man. Well, you know, I mean, I disagree with you. These names that people putting up, you say no. You try to say number one, January 1st, 2018. To be identified, you for the support of Joey. You will not interrupt us now, I say. You have your time to talk.
No, but you can just be saying it because of talking stand up.
But I say you have your time to talk. I thought we were talking in order here. Please, my brother, please ask it do. You for the support of we are. And I know your Uncle Sam Johnson want to come and defend you. This is an embarrassment. No matter how you put this, my fellow Liberians, and I hope it shouldn't happen under this government. Monrovia City Corporation, 50,000. Monrovia City Corporation, 50,000. The Ministry of State, 300,000. The same thing with B. Sylvester Gratesby on, who authorized it. He wasn't minister at the time. He took cars from the Social Security people. You celebrated it, you were angry. But now these funders coming on your government in the past, you get to invest. House of Representatives, 40,000. We're going to have our Carlos Gray on Sunday. He must explain this. Judy Andy, the woman still crying for the job. She's still on it. She gets him a late 20,000 every month. Council of Elders, 124,000. Somebody said, Joey, I said he would get this money to go buy a yellow machine. He took the money. We didn't see any yellow machine. Federal EPS, his name all on the document, 14,000. What about pay? If we put the document on the high pay, every day pay was going to the bank collecting money. The documents right there. NSA, Sam Sayon, the director proper then, PSN. That's why they cannot audit NSA. This thing is struggling, but we must sit down here and go swear. Uncle Sam, talk to me, man.
So Stanton,
sir,
I'm not gonna be here to defend money, to defend things that were not done right. Clearly, there's a problem with public financial management in Liberia. It's a problem. It's a serious problem. So, what is it that your government that came to power to rescue the people, what have they done about reforms in the public financial management law? What have they done in public procurement? What have they done?
So let answer you. Allow me to, Uncle Sam, LSE. Uncle Sam, the best finance man in the whole Republic of Liberia. We give it to you. No, Uncle Sam, let me answer you. In the next 10 days or so, you will be 71 years old. God bless your soul, your tired bones. But you are still smart. Uncle Sam, 6 months. This government is unearthing on other report, something that ASEDO is going against. And after you establish this other report and get to the findings, then you take the next step, present them to the lawmakers. Recommendation will be made. Those that will be going on the LCC for prosecution, those that will be going to the Justice Department. That's how you do it, Uncle Sam. With other report, something you know. You will be the one calling for wish harm.
Okay, great.
It wasn't done correctly under the asset recovery. You say it was a wish harm. Now it's a systematic Other, those reports coming up, NAFA, Central Bank, LTA, Ministry of Finance, and now you're saying what your government doing.
Great. Can I respond?
So I hope I answer your question.
No,
honor your government. I want you to wait some. Let me show something, Uncle Sam. Jasigbe, Elizabeth, Chonawe, Nukwe. Honor your government. May her soul rest in peace. She died, but she's still on a salary up to 2023. These are some of the findings from the IAA internal payroll. Uncle Sam, people die, and y'all were still paying them. I can put this document up. I'm reading it. I'm afraid. Our country was on the bad side of history. Under your government, the IAA Sector Director increased his salary from $2,379 all by himself to $2,500 and change. I will put this up again. The institution IAA, amen, Mambe, it's bad for our country. The man came from nowhere. He look at his salary. He said it's not enough, and he said, "You know what? I will increase it." And he did. He increased it, Uncle Sam. Nobody questioned him. That's why we're asking, where is Josiah at? Josiah need to go in there right now and question whether he did it legally or it was done illegally. But he's still making the money. That money not supposed to go to him as a sector director, according to the book. But you talk to me, Uncle Sam. We can have this conversation all day.
Yeah, okay, great. Clearly, there are transgressions. No one with even one IQ or two brain cells will say these were not transgressions. My point is that we've seen this horse being brought to water before. The dozens of other reports by John Malu, the dozens of other reports, they sit there and they gather dust. All we'll be doing will be stretching veins, and I can guarantee you, 6 months from now, we will not see people taking the court, in a court of competent jurisdiction to answer, because the system is designed to protect. And I don't have the same how do you call it? I'm not going to agree with Isaac Joe that there were no transgressions, because Joshua Jackson, who did the GSC report, he's a world-class auditor, and he's bringing these out. But the thing is, it's good theater for us to come on Spoon and talk about it and get the public excited. But I personally will not get excited, because I've been around for a long time and I've seen where these things go. I saw where the other reports on John Malu went. There were other reports on President Weah. There were lots of other reports on President Weah. There were no prosecution. There were lots of other reports on Joe Parker or government in the Unity Party for 12 years. There were no prosecution. Big Ball 1, Big Ball 2. 66 out of 68 concession agreements were fraudulent. There were no prosecution. There were problems at NPA, at LPRC, Ministry of Finance and Development Planning. Yeah, there were problems all over the place. We have not been able to effectively carry out, an effective implementation of rule of law. That is what I'm talking about. If we are coming with justice, we must come with equity. The people who transgress must be prosecuted across the board. But when you start cherry picking, and you start naming one or two people to excite and inflame public passion, that doesn't get me. I want to see people in handcuffs. I want to see people taken to court. I want to see assets recovered. When you have an asset recovery where three major members of the asset recovery team basically say that the asset recovery team is a family team. LSCC currently, what are they doing? You say you're going to indict people for things that were done at at the Financial Intelligence Agency. We haven't seen nothing yet. So what is it that you're doing to ensure that the other reports, as damaging as you're claiming they are, that there are consequences. But if you come here for us to just excoriate one or two people, EPS and the Chief Justice, to me, it's not fair. We cannot adjudicate these matters in the court of public opinion. Where these matters should be adjudicated is in the court of competence jurisdiction. That's why I defer with you, because you're inflaming public passion against people when you are not taking them.
You're lying. Augustine to keep spitting this thing, and it's not right to the public.
How much?
Augustine got to speak within his time, though.
Yeah, that's
his time. I'm not allowing him to say. He can say anything he wants to say.
You think I want to be living on my own resources and other people living on state-stolen resources? Yeah, they're not putting the same efforts I put in to be honest, to live a clean life in this country, and they must just go and just take from the public, okay, and live above their means.
What does it start?
But you prosecute, take the people to court. Let's see it.
I agree with you on that point.
Let's see public prosecution across the board, but not the prosecution in the court of public opinion. It is good theater. It's good at.
It's not theater we are talking about.
That's what I'm saying. Spoon is a credible institution that can get these documents, which is great. But the better thing for the public is for them to see prosecution, for them to see equity in the justice system, for them to see jury.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Sam. Let me put this up. Thank you, Conor. Let me put this up real quick. I want you guys to look at this, and I'm sharing the document with you guys. I will share the IAA report document with you guys. The name is James Arthur Seyokonja, whatever the name may be, Sector Director, Controller. The actual pay for all the sectors director will be $2,379. This gentleman, as a sector director, increased that by $200. As you can see, $2,579. Arbitrarily increased his salary beyond the amount cap for all employees in the category of sector director position. He added $200 USD. As of August 2023 onward, no sector director makes more than $2,379 because it is the cap for said pay category. If you know him, we got everything on them. The IAA or AAR, whatever you call them. This is an embarrassment. Somebody, and that's why I called it for Josiah Jokai from CSA. How can an integrated institution like the IAA, everybody doing their own thing? I want us to end on this because it's 7:05, 11:05 in Liberia. Imagine this lady, may her soul rest in peace, Elizabeth Chonoway Nukwe. The check from the Ministry of Finance Development Planning, CSA, the dummy payroll 2023, government of Liberia was still paying her salary to the IAA, even though she died in November 2022. The woman, since November 2022, they were paying the woman as if to say she was alive. The same thing for honor. Listen, we got the list of other employees, how much they were making. Those are not on payroll, but they were still paying them. I mean, how can you change your salary or take upon yourself and say, I will increase my salary? All the investigative reports show from that time up to now, honor that integrity institution, the place that people still be afraid, the IAA. Look at the document. You will shake your head. And every day you can shake your head. I said, though, you can shake your head, folks. We are not, these are something that is coming out. So I said, though, you want them to bury it? Colonel Gray, is that what I said, though, want? Found this report and put it on the pillow? Not that the black government is doing 100%, but at least they're trying to expose these things and they will prosecute.
I'm more confused.
Colonel Gray, your 30 seconds because we got to go after 7.
Yeah, I'm more confused with Mr. Jackson. At some point, he said the system is designed to protect these people. At another point, he said the public will rise up if you target these people to prosecute them. So where does he stand? Does he want prosecution, or they should just go with the old system by design that is meant to protect certain people? You know, these kinds of way of talking from policy, swears like Samuel Jackson, it's confusing for the average man. At some point, Ambassador Bwakai and his team trying to unearth certain things that happen. And of course, Mr. Isaac, though, it's like a drowning man. You know, when you're drowning, even if a leaf is flowing by, you hold on to it. Let's not forget that the transition process between 2017 to January 2018, that's a transition. You think CDC will sit down there and don't stop repatriating money from the one if that was the
you know, it was election season. Thank you, Conor Gray. You know the guys are
holding on to
election season. But again, let's hear you right quick. Your 30 seconds, my brother. We got to run on this one. We want to take some calls. We'll come to you, Uncle Sam. Wait 1 minute, we'll come to you. Paul Kennedy.
Look, I hope. Let me commend the Unity Party government under President Bwakai for conducting audits and making it public, because there have been audits from time immemorial being held. In fact, all the time I work in Liberia for the past years, government institutions do audit. Now, do they public the audit report like they're doing now? In some cases they did when it is challenged, and in some cases, but to see all massively being published now, I want to tell them thank you. But that is not enough, though. The next step should be for them to see this audit report and then forward it over so that those that are violated, people who are caught in misapplication of finances, can be sent over to Justice Ministry so that they can ask them these questions. If they are able to vindicate themselves, of course they can do that and go for free. Other than that, the audit report is nothing but just a big show. If they don't hold people responsible who are, found with their hands in the cookies jar, I can almost tell you that audit report will not be making anybody scared. That's the point. So, I think it's a good thing for it to start, but if it is not prosecuted, if they don't go to the end of it, audit report is nothing but a joke. So I would want to see that this government go to the next step. I applaud them for this first step, but I'm looking forward now to see what the next step will be, because our report about January 1, when they gave money to what is that thing? They gave money to the boys of We Are, to the group of We Are. How can We Are not even be in office and somebody start giving you report money? I don't want to believe that item I saw on January 1, 2018. Either that it is fabricated to be.
But we was in power, Paul. We was in power January 1.
You did not come to power to January 21st. Which constitution are you reading?
Oh, you mean 2018? I'll tell you about 2023. I'm sorry.
No, Paul, they have a transitional government. They have a transitional process.
All right, can somebody please announce, educate me on why do we have that money allocated to the Friends of We Are, whatever that name is saying under that article?
You mean that
on January 1.
The same way that Grace Pay took money.
All right, wait 1 minute. Let's try to settle this, guys. I think your argument you brought up, let's look into it. So repeat your argument, Paul Kennedy.
Why do we have January? Somebody please clarify on number 1, January 1, 2018, the youth for the support of We Are received 15,000. How is that possible when Joe We Are were not even in office? I want the financial people to please make that clear. And should it be transferred to the Joe We Are government as a liability, or the government that Joe We Are took over from?
It's a good cash. It's a good cash. Before we bring in Mame, I want you to talk about it, Mr. Eduardo.
Yeah, so it's very simple. Look, during this transition period, the coming in government has some latitude. There seems in that Grace Pin there while President We Are was still president. Now, why would President We Are give money to you for George We Are? But since I didn't get my 30 seconds, I want to say this. Mr. Jackson asked a few questions.
I was keeping you live for your 30 seconds. I don't want us to change this. I beg you. I was keeping you live. I beg you.
Okay, no problem. Go ahead.
Mama, you want to answer this question? It's very good, because you cannot tell me it was the transition government, though. Let me fair to Joe We Are now. I see Paul Kennedy. I see Conor Gray clapping. No. Because 2018, January 1st, I don't want us to believe that we had you for where at the time getting 18 or 15,000. Mame, help me understand. Let's go back to the chat.
Right before you go to Mame, Then why are you holding Grace Bay accountable when you're asking
brother, beg you.
for cars?
Brother, I want us to establish something here, please. Mommy, let me hear you. January 1st, 2018, you for support for WIA. In the transition, they have 15,000, or this is just an error? Mommy, help me understand this.
Stanton, you can put it down. I'll be looking at your face.
My face, yeah.
The audit of the central bank was conducted from January 1, 2018 to December 2023. It captures all financial transactions. They don't go audit job we are. They go audit the auditing period from January 1, 2018 of the central bank to December 2023. The transaction they saw in the central bank's account that they consider to be payment that were outside of the central bank's budget is what they reported. So the point is, somebody say, oh, the money that finance ministry money that central bank can just give. But the same person is saying the audit report is not okay. But here is a fact. At the central bank.
No, mommy, let me stop you. Mommy, let me stop you. I beg you, mommy. Sorry to call you mommy. Mommy, forgive me.
The question is simple.
No, the question is simple. Paul Kennedy is on record tonight. Who was the president January 1st, 2018?
Who had the ability to refer money?
Who was the president, Paul? And my question, who was the president January 1st, 2018?
Ellen Johnson Sirleaf.
Okay. Who was controlling the finance ministry January 1st, 2018? Who was controlling the central bank January 1st, 2018?
As a matter of fact, Ellen Johnson said no payment. She said no payment.
So how did George Manawia Youth Group receive 15,000? Was that Jowia instruction? Was it on the instruction of Jowia? How did Jowia get into the central bank? Get into the finance ministry? I'm asking mommy, how that happen?
The same way Grace Bay managed to get car. The same way Grace Bay managed to get car from NASCOP is the same way the money you're talking about is just.
I disagree with you, mommy. You guys trying to say that John Weah did it, so Braga did it?
No, no. Say no, I don't like that. Say no, I don't like that. I don't like that.
I'm doing it for you to like it.
No.
I'm doing it for you to like it.
You asked me how they got it. I'm not justifying that it right. You asked me how they got it.
We got document on Grace Bay. We got document on Grace Bay. Can you show me the document on Weah? Youth win leader going to somebody to receive 15,000. It kind of confusing, my man.
That thing is factitious. That thing is factitious. It's not the same. It's not the same as the minister of state calling somebody from an agency and saying, listen, give me 3 cars. This is the Central Bank of the Republic of Liberia, for crying out loud. Then somebody go who is not even in power tell you, pay money to my group, friends or we are, or friends or poor, and then you as the central bank governor make $15,000 allotment to that group, even when the person is not in power. What kind of operation you on?
That's what the audit report shows.
No, but I would disagree. I think it is factitious. I don't think this thing can be okay. So my question is, who do we put it on? Do we put it on?
You're looking for somebody to put it on. No, looking for somebody to put it on is a different story. No, Paul, you're looking for somebody to put it on, or you're discrediting the audit report.
It said to be determined.
Exactly. You see on the spreadsheet, they say the person to be determined. Look there, stand up, pull the sheet up. You think that people are stupid, they don't know what they're doing? Please pull it up, stand on.
Mommy.
Please pull it up, stand on.
Somebody can take money from that bank. Somebody can take money from that bank and be looking for another discrepancy. Stand on, pull it out. Let me show you another discrepancy. On how can May 24th payment come before May 3rd? How is that possible? You're the accounting, you're informing me. On number 6, May 24th, 2019, they gave money to Judy Annie.
No, I'm not worried about that. I'm not worried about that. These things are not. These things. These are
not randomized. They're not randomized.
Financially, it should be systematic. I mean,
it may not be categorically placed. Okay, I'm not worried about that. What I'm worried about here is 2018, January 1st. Joe, we are other people from the central bank and the finance ministry. No, are you saying it? No, that you saying it, my man. Are you taking it back now? Are you taking it back?
The sheet you having that said to be determined. That was on the sheet. Now you saying that Joe,
but another thing, who ordered it?
Document, my man. The thing got document.
On the sheet.
Document. They got checks.
Why we arguing about something like this? The other thing they have to be identified. Then you say that Joe, we are send the question. I did not say Joe, we are. The document you put out did not say Joe, we are. It said to be identified. The places where the auditor found the person, they put their name there.
Yeah. So you say Ma Ellie. So you are saying Ma Ellen gave 15,000. You are saying Ma Ellen gave 15,000 to Joe, where you win?
The document you gave to me, you sent on the document you gave to me from the audit. It says to be identified.
Let me ask one question for you. Let me ask a question. I beg you.
The document you get
here. It's going to be identified. They say I'm supposed to need.
Oh my God! You better help me now. You go.
The document to be identified.
Stanton, is there any payee? Is there any payee that will put on a check to be identified? Isn't there a specific payee on the check? You ever see a check paid to a person what the bank will say to be identified?
No, that's not what that document says. That's not what the document
says.
No.
That's what the document says. It says pay money to somebody who is not known.
No, not the check.
They say people to respond.
People to respond.
Yeah, but listen to me. The only person that should be responding is the person who name on the check. The person who name on the check, but the person that should be responding.
So we'll continue on.
Because the responsible person who took the check was made.
I want to ask guys, I beg you guys, we'll go to Fadiga. We'll go to Fadiga. We'll go to Fadiga. Then we'll go to
to the other reports.
We will go to Fadiga. I want to agree on this one. We'll go to Fadiga because Mr. Doro have not spoken. But I would say to everybody, these documents are unique documents, but it have plus and minuses, right? My only thing on this document right now, January 1st, 2018, Madam Salif was state president of the Republic of Liberia. January 1st, 2018, Madam Salif still controlled the central bank and the finance ministry. January 1st, 2018, the JPTT team that was formed, the transitional team that was formed, Joia had no authority to say, give my youth wing $15,000.
Sure.
If you want to equate this to the Sylvester Grace or something, I think somebody fell flat. But I will hear from Fadika, Asido, and Mr. Eduardo will take us home.
I'll close you.
No, we're not closing. It's just on this issue. Fadika.
Stanton, the thing is, other reports are discovery. The devil is always in the detail. I tend to not get too excited just because of the report, because the report doesn't really tell the entire story. And that's why I'm not very excited until it is investigated and those people come to actually answer the hard questions. I spoke with a couple of individuals that have been around these audits, and I was asking some probing questions about what to expect. And this one individual told me something that actually changed my mind on these reports. He told me, he said, Fadiga, some of these reports, there are several reasons why you may not, the report doesn't really reflect what actually happened. One of the things I was told was that when it comes to documentation, we do not do proper documentation in Liberia. So one of the things is sometimes those documents are not there. It doesn't necessarily mean that something happened bad. So the reason I'm setting the tune so that people don't get discouraged when those that they're expecting to go to jail or they feel that this person don't go to jail. I just want to set the tune. Why it is true that I really want us to move with this thing as fast as possible. Why it is true that we want this to happen and there are some things that you don't even need all the report. There are some things that were just so glaring that we know happen. But by the same token, just a mere audit is not an indictment, not only that, a conviction. Doesn't mean that the person is convicted of a crime yet. They have to answer the hard question, present those facts, and once the investigation is complete, then we'll know for sure. But I do not want the public to leave from here thinking that, oh, because we see the public report, the audit report, so that means XYZ is guilty. No. This government do not intend to wish on. These guys are trying to create a scene so that when they should have been caught months from now, they'll say, oh, you are wish hunting, you see this other person, and it'll be getting false comparison. So I want us to be very mindful. Why is it that we are excited and we are seeing something unprecedented done about this government? We also have to be very patient. We have to look at the entirety of the case, make sure that all the facts are on the table, and those that are found guilty, we punish them. That's the only way we can bring about that deterrent that we all see. But looking at those reports, honestly, it's just the beginning of the process. The actual process is after we exhaust every step of the way. So I'll reserve some comment for now. The report damaging. I mean, it shows that something happened, but we'll not know what exactly happened until the guys can answer questions. And I look forward to that.
Thank you very much. Let me say this. One good thing we all can say on this show, we are blessed to be here. It's a privilege for us all. The thousands of Liberians, 50, 75,000, 100,000, by way of internet alone, just for us. When you talk about the radio, millions of Liberians in Liberia follow you. We are blessed. We remain humble. So coming on Spoon is not because of me or the network, it's just because of the blessing of God. And we should appreciate our followers. So I want to appreciate you today. We want to say come back tomorrow. Let's talk about the central bank audit draft management letter and the entire audit. What we receive from our sources out there, from the central bank report. We're going to share it to inform your communication and your talking point tomorrow. It's terrible. From January 1st, 2018, like Paul Kennedy arguing right now, to December 31st, 2023, promoting accountability and public resources on the compliance audit of the central bank. I'm reading it to you. The Central Bank of Liberia operations. Something you have never seen. No, you're coming, Acid. I gotta let this out. Something that I know Acid don't have is hurting when we're talking about this thing. They go in jubilee.
I'm sorry for you.
But let me do my thing now. Let me do my thing, brother. I beg you gonna do. Minister Do I meant to say. This thing was compiled and put together by P. Gasway Jackson, Auditor General, Republic of Liberia. Our sources are giving this to us, submitted June 2024. Go through this report that we have. It's scary. President Joseph Yima Bwaka must act and act immediately. Those that will be sent for persecution, whether it's the LDCC, whether it's through the Justice Department, somebody got to answer the question. Amen. Let's just close the show. I don't want to start another show. There's nothing bigger right now in the Republic of Liberia with all the information. And thank God, as we remain humble, the Spoon Network is the people's network. Let's close the show. Anybody can go first.
I go.
Let's
close the show.
Minutes, then you go.
Man, you get on 30 seconds, 30 seconds.
No. I'm not giving you a 30 seconds. We're closing the show. I didn't hit it. No, incorporate your 30 seconds. We gave you 2 minutes to close. But those of you that never had 30 seconds will have 2 minutes, 30 seconds. So you go first, Mr. Duarte. You go first, Mr. Duarte.
I said go.
I said no, go first. Go first, I said.
So,
you understand that you're closing now, though. Don't come back again. Okay.
When the asset recovery team was on the street seizing cars, we were right on this platform and we said, that is wrong. Today, the cars are with the people. We are truthful. We are here on Audit Report again. We will come here week, months from now, and what we are saying today will be the fair. First off, let's clear this. There has been no Audit Report. Everything you're sharing, I don't want to believe it's from the GSC. I'm sure somebody somewhere creating their own thing and putting it around here. In fact, if it is indeed from the GSC, then we can call a draft audit report. Now, let me quickly give you, in my 2 minutes, 30 seconds, an idea on why certain things are important on an audit report. If you work in a company, like in, for example, in America or Liberia, and you got injured on a job, you wouldn't be going to work, you will be home. But by law, you will be getting your salary. So if an auditor went to do an audit and they decided to go and check the attendance log, you will not have attendance record in that attendance log, but you will have salary being paid to you. And the auditor will take that as a point that there is no evidence of to salary. That is what we call draft audit report. When he sends it to the company, then the management will now incorporate what happened. That Isaac Doe had an accident, he's not coming to work, but by law, he's getting paid. Then the auditor knows about that. That one gets removed. My people, there is no dumb person who...
Guys, can we mute, please? Somebody...
There is no person who will spend 24 million with no document. I'm sorry. I think January 1st is near the... I don't know who are doing something January 1st. It's holiday. Again, the EPS will never ever have transmit any money they transmitted to NASCO because they are not withholding entity. Ministry of Finance is. GSC is a very good entity. I want to beg them to slow down. Forget the political pressure and make sure they are good. I'm not happy. I will be very sharp. We will come back here months, weeks from now. And what we are saying today will be the reality. Thank you.
Senator, thank you, my brother Asido. Thank you so much. And by the way, you can spend $20 million without evidence. The MAPA exercise was a key example. But let me tell Liberian people something that is antithetical to the progress march of this country. Whenever something is done to live to society, somebody will find one thing inside. And they believe now that one thing equates to destroying the entire document because one simple mistake was made. This is counter to our progress. A date is put on a document. That date means it could be a mistake on the date. But is it a lie that $15,000 was taken from the central bank's account? This is the bigger issue. I want to correct a few things here. Uncle Sam asked a few questions. What have President Bwaka done in the last 6 months? I wrote this down. And I want to say this. A lot of mistakes have been made on this administration. And we came here, we talked about it. But let me tell you some of the positive he's done for this country. Number one, he audited every single account in the country. And some of these audits are still going on. This is progress. The road connection throughout the Southeast is progress for this country. It's going to help a lot of people. We're talking about the payroll cleanup across the country. It's saving the government close to $2 million United States dollars every single month. This is progress. Mistakes have been made, but the Bwaka-led administration is doing some positive things. Can we mute a little bit for me, guys? Look, Liberia have to understand something, my people. People will create a document. There might be a little mistake here and there, but let's look at the bigger picture. Did the Liberian people money get withdrawn from the central bank to the detriment of the country? Yes.
And don't tell anybody tell you say, and I agree with Uncle saying and Mr. Kennedy here. All this document that coming out, Honorable Bwaka must act. You must prosecute these people. They have to pay for something. If it is proving and there is supporting evidence that they have taken from the Liberian people, there must be a degree of consequence. And I want to leave people here with two papers here tonight. And my brother Kennedy asked a question. I tell you, what would you do about Liberia? When you take it over, I actually Google the paper. One is called Restart Liberia and Build a New Foundation. That's the first paper. Check it out. And the follow-up paper to that paper was called Give Liberia a Fighting Chance. We have to give this country a fighting chance. Look, these leeches, they don't care who, they just want to suck their blood. They just want to suck their blood. I know people saying, oh, 3,000 naira, too much, and this and that. And somebody asked me, will you want me 3,000 naira in Liberia? You send me to Liberia, you give me 3,000 naira, I will make 40,000 naira every morning in Liberia. Not stealing money, yo. Liberia is so green to the point where if I'm in Liberia making 3,000 naira, I will not depend on that money. You cannot go to Liberia and just depend on government because the government does not have money. I want us to get out of this mindset where people think government will pay for the outside girlfriend, the inside girlfriend, all that point and pay the whole. That's not government responsibility. Government is not for that. It's to serve the people, not you individually. Let's see, I know you'll pay for your own medical bill if you leave with me. Why she didn't go to JFK? Thank you, Stanton.
Thank you very much. Let me say this. I'm trying to just squeeze this in real quick. You can call this and let what Eduardo say, draft, management, letter, draft, audit report, draft whatsoever. You see, whenever I say don't talk, then he go back. He go back for consultation. You know, we remain here with talk. It doesn't mean my brother is smarter than anybody. You play with words. These things are on the actual documentation. You will go up, you come down, you will change this. Listen. They will do this to just lie to you because you do not understand this report. For the period of January 1st, 2018 to December 31st, 2023, come back tomorrow and be informed here on Spoon. P. Gaswa Jackson, FCCA, CFRP, CFC, Auditor General, Republic of Liberia, June 2024. You will be shocked. Central Bank of the Republic of Liberia, as you know, when our sources think that they are fighting to better our country is so important. And I like what my brother, Mr. Eduardo, said. They will kind of take one small thing from there to say all the other things that are yama yama. But then go into it. Come back tomorrow. We'll discuss this report. We'll discuss it. I came on the show and I said Emmanuel Nukwe, the PAC, Public Account Committee in the Liberia Senate, from 2018, from 2020, 2023, when he took over, $11.6 million. The team passed 20 million between here and Albert Che. And thank God Emmanuel Nukwe comes to defend himself. It's there. We'll show it to you. Thank God he's coming on the show to defend himself. It's there. We'll show it to you. Eduardo, you're right. These people eat money, they take the money, they do that, and the talk say, no, don't do that one because they made a mistake. And this little mistake, the capitalize, say, go to court and say, there's not sufficient evidence. Don't prosecute me. That's the game. The lawyers, the judges, the politician, there's not insufficient evidence to prosecute. Let them go. We're looking at President Bwaka. Well, on this one, he'll say there's not sufficient evidence. It is damaging, my people. It is damaging. Let me just go back a little bit. We're talking about how this guy get paid, and somebody say, oh, they advisor to the president. This is Mohammed Ba. He paid for his own plane ticket to travel to first class. He said, that's my receipt. He sent us everything. It's there. He paid, he take his own money, pay for his own ticket to travel he traveled by first class. Wherever he was going, it's not the government money. He paid his own ticket. He bought his own business class, first class ticket, and he traveled. He went on his own business representing the government of Liberia. They didn't give him DSA. They didn't give him anything. All the documents we have it. Let me finish, sir.
Can I information on that kid, right? That kid used to work for Fortescue. When I say kid, that the young man, he worked for Fortescue in Australia. He's not one of those people that didn't have any kind of corporate background.
So I just want to just add. Because
No,
I said those saying
I want
that.
to
Let me finish
validate.
what I'm saying.
I want to validate that Mohammed Ba has his own.
I understand. That's why I put it up, because we checked. And listen, let me say this: we check him out and we squeeze him, and he paid for his own ticket, not the government. He paid for his own ticket, business class, anywhere he going, he paid for his own ticket. We have the receipt, we have the document, the airline, everything. He paid for it. So we should just understand that it wasn't on the government. I just try to squeeze it up. But I want to say this to all of you. Please come back. Let's talk about the audit report. The central bank audit report. It will hit you and hit you so hard. From 2018, January 1st to 2023, December 31st. Something in that audit report will scare the heck out of you. And the Liberian people must know, the legislators, the executive, the judiciary, everywhere, the in and out, how much money was spent. We got the document. Let's see you tomorrow. Paul Kennedy, close.
Thank you, CEO. Listen, as I said from the beginning, let's commend the initial steps of the Unity Party Buakai government for conducting audits and trying to publish the report. But that is the midway. We hope that they will finalize or go to a second step by actually making sure that these reports are finally sent over for action, whether it will be at LACC or whether it's at the Ministry of Justice. Because if you just conduct these audits and find financial or fiscal misappropriation and don't follow up actions on perpetrators, the right John Kizet would say that, you know what, if Justin Doe could do it and nothing happened to him, I'll go ahead and do it. The only way these things will stop is that government should not allow people to walk away with impunity. The Liberian people are suffering. Stanton, sometimes all day, there are people who cannot find $100 Liberian to eat. The $100 Liberian, there are people who cannot find it in Monrovia to eat all day. And then you got somebody using $20,000 just for 2 weeks. How is that fair to the people? It is not. And because they've taken all the powers away from, when one government official come here, they're driving all the people from coming around them. Where have you seen that? The government official is in service of the people. But then you give them power and they become a demon god where people got to worship them. Everybody got to take, then they take all the money and the people eat nothing. It is a challenge. So I think the first step will be that people who are involved in fiscal misappropriation by a result of this audit, let them begin to see how they can either do some restitution. Let them put some of that money back. If you are actually caught guilty of misappropriating money and they can't account for it, you pay the money back or you'll be in prison. If we are able as a government to check to see that the money was used and you got ill-gotten wealth and property over a short period of time, we'll confiscate the property and put it into public use. When you start doing that to people, the rest of the people who want to do that, who want to steal, they will be deterred from doing that. And I hope this country can start a step in the progress of the future. Liberia is not doing too well. The country is so poor and it's so rich. So we'll be looking forward to being here tomorrow to bring other things about the other reports and just sitting to listen to the Liberian people and what they're going to go with that on their recommendation to the government. Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you. Colonel Gray?
Yes, Stanton, thank you for today's show. I want to take us back to the annal of history. Let's not forget when President Weir was elected, it was on the back of Madam Sirleaf. They were partner in progress. They were two body. By then, Madam didn't want the now President Wakai. Mr. Weir was her sweetheart and probably by extension, her successor. Giving George Weir $15,000 to appease his youth is nothing that should be seen as a discrepancy. Auditors are extremely careful now to make up incident and place it on an audit report because their credibility on the line, their profession on the line. If a transaction did not occur, you will not see it on that report, unless somebody doesn't value their profession. And one thing I would say is this: President Boakai has done what his predecessors did not do by categorically cataloging all of the items that occurred before he took power. Madam didn't do that because, of course, she inherited problem from Judy Bryant and by extension, Mr. Taylor. So she started with a very low budget and she raised it up to probably $500-600 million from 80 million, right? Now, Mr. We, of course, gave Madam Salif 80% approval in her performance. There was, they were buddy. There was nothing like audit. Absolutely not. The Achillean thing Madam President Boakai has done is to conduct an audit that we will have now as a people, armed with those information to go after those who have done wrong. Okay? And Stanton, let me tell you this. If President Boakai would let some of these discoveries just go in vain, then there's no need for him to have done it in the first place. I think the woman was extremely calculated to say, you know what, let me bring this up so that public euphemism can push us, can compel us to act. And that is what the predecessors could not do because they were afraid that when the public hears it, it's going to mean something else. President Boakai has taken that Herculean step, and I believe that he's going to act on it. It will say it's not me. Let the public decide, and exactly what a good president that means well for his country will do. It will shift it to public decision, and definitely us as a public, we're going to act on it, whether or not he wishes to let it under the rug. Thank you for this show today.
Thank you very much, my brother. Let me bring you up, Fadiga.
Yeah, I kind of side with Remy on this. Look, one of the first things you do when you get to power, you try to draw that line of demarcation between you and those that you took over from. And our concern that we do it very early on so that because there is a window, there is a transitional period and that grace period. As soon as you pass that grace period, then you own everything, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And I'm glad that we are doing this very early on. The president is doing this very early on to separate what they did from what the rescue mission going to do. And this is something that, look, accountability is very difficult in this country. People do not like to hold each other accountable. One of the reasons is because they believe that they will do the same, and they probably do not want to be held accountable as well. When President Weah came to power, we all know what the deal that was struck between he and Madam Salif. We also play right. It's an open secret. They know. So that may have influenced his decision not to conduct an audit. But the fact that we have gone line by line, ministry by ministry, agency by agency, and these reports are there, what we do with it, it will determine how the Liberian people see us. We should not just do the audit and not do anything about it. The revelations are so damning and scattered. We have to take our own time to go after these guys. But it doesn't matter how long we take, as long as we are doing it. And the fact that President Boakai and the team have taken this initiative, I can only commend him because for too long, and this gave us an insight into President Boakai. He's a man that is slow but sure. He has a steady hand, and we can see this progressing, gradually as we move forward, war and economic crime code, we thought it was never going to happen. It happened. Now the audit report. Now we have the assets recovery. I mean, all the Liberian people can do is to wait. That Liberia is on the right trajectory, and that there will be some change in this someday. I've always said this president is a legacy president, and he's not looking for wealth. He's not looking to buy private jets. He's not trying to build condominiums. He's trying to leave a legacy. As such, he doesn't fear anything. So the Liberian people, let me say in my Dualu war, you're just bear patient with us. Change is coming to Liberia. Stanton.
Okay, Sam, you want to go ahead, please?
Yes. Okay. First of all, I want to take this opportunity to thank all of the good people who listen to Spoon every day. You know, there are a lot of Liberians, the elderly, the shut-ins, the people who spend a lot of their time listening to us. And they see me everywhere. They see me at airports in Europe. They see me at airports in South Africa. They see me at airports in America. And I see their comments. I mean, and when I meet them in person, I see their love. There are a lot of Liberians who are old, maybe in nursing homes, in hospitals, and Liberians here in Gate Town and other places who listen to us every single day. And I don't take the opportunity that Senator Witherspoon gave me, I don't take it lightly. I take it as a privilege because Spoon is rebranding me from somebody who to say spoil the country to somebody who is giving his honest advice on each of them. Look, let me tell you some of my Liberian people. When I tell you something, is you see my panelists, they always fight me because they want to prove me wrong. Okay, you know, that's how young educated people are. They always try to put the paper wrong because they want to like get something or the paper, like they know more than the paper, but the paper is mostly right all the time. What I told them in the beginning of this government, that certain things that you cannot do, right? The way you set up the asset recovery at VLA. I told them that the way they were doing the whole thing about the budget does not reflect to help the poor people in the country. Then the 200 buses that they bought 2 buses, very old buses from Ghana. They took it to the mansion and wanted President Walker to come. I told them the Ghana people were laughing at them. They took the buses back. I told them about the 285 machines that they said they're bringing. So they've fixed some roads. Yes, you can leave from Monrovia now and get to Harper 9 hours, 10 hours. It's very good, right? But let me tell you something, my Liberian people. When it comes to the GSC reports, don't be happy. Don't be happy because they don't have the political will. They don't have the political will to do it because you know what happened? If they do it, they are afraid that they themselves will be caught in a dragnet. So they will waste your time. They will lie to you. They will lie to you. So don't get excited. Then what they have not done, in order for you to take people to court in this country, they got to fix the court system. The court system is very rotten. They got professional jurors, and they got judges that are crooked in this country. Don't expect anybody to go to jail. If they're serious about prosecuting people, what they should be doing with the GSC report and other thing they're finding out is to fix the court system, the rotten court system that they say they inherited, that been there since 1847. No big man that you know in your lifetime, especially in the post-war era, did not prosecute them, did not convict them, did not put them in jail and they stay in jail for more than 1 or 2 months. Never in the 21 years in your post-war history. Because all of them, the political elites, they all work together. Whether they're from Unity Party or they're from CDC, They from all the parties, they are all part of the cartel that have been using and abusing you for your lifetime. So I want to thank you all for listening to me. I'm your son. And when I tell you something, my panelists then they can be trying to. You will see when I'm talking now, you will see my mate looking at me. He will start to react. You will see the other man will try to react. But everything I told you on the show since Bogart came to power has been right. So I your son. I speak for you. The Lapa woman, the moment seller sent me to school so I could stand on the platform to speak for you. I'm speaking for you. So don't get excited about other report. I see mommy stretching your vein about other report. How somebody spent 24 million. Nobody going to jail.
Uncle Sam, somebody told me to tell you something, that you should stop impersonating someone from Sonny Wayne. That your dad used to work with the former president and you grew up with silver spoon in your mouth.
That's cool. He used to cook for the president.
Yeah, we're not doing that now. We're not doing that, guys. We gotta go. Y'all leave Uncle Sam alone, please.
The person is an idiot. The person is
we gotta go.
My father left from mine when I was 13 years old, so that person is a stupid
Uncle Sam, you are a rich man.
No, let me tell you something. That person is a stupid
That's Steven Johnson and Mo Ali send the information to Fadiga.
So the person was telling you that
let's go. That's Steven Johnson and Mo Ali sending that information. Let me all of you. That's Steven Johnson and Mo Ali sending that information. We know two of them. They just don't like the old man. I talk about
I see how they're making the America.
I don't finish yet. I was 30 seconds.
We got 30
seconds. My 30 seconds. My 30 seconds. I reclaim my time. So the idiot that said that, he don't know me. My pa left us when we were 13 years old.
Uncle Sam, we don't want to know your story. Let go.
We have to know that because they said my pa did not raise me. Let me tell you something.
How you came to America in 1974?
Okay, I'm from Stoneware, and then we moved to Cape Town. So anybody that talking that nonsense there doesn't know the truth. And the truth is that I didn't even get a scholarship to go to America. I went on an exchange program. I'm not leaving it because
I'll mute everybody, but y'all don't do this. No.
They were attacking for y'all, my people. They were attacking for y'all.
Uncle Sam, don't carry your pressure up. Uncle Sam, don't carry your pressure up. That's Steven Johnson and Mo Ali doing this thing. They're working through Fadiga. Mommy, go ahead.
Steven Johnson and Mo Ali need to leave the old man.
Yeah, every day
leave the old man.
Alone, man. Come on.
Leave the old man. Y'all leave the old man.
Steven Johnson working. Mo Ali working. The old man retired, enjoying his life. Leave him alone.
Information false?
Huh?
The information, is it false?
No, don't go there.
Old man.
Don't go there.
Y'all leave the paper. But Stanton, I will close on the two notes. It's important. We started with the Chief Justice. There is nothing in the world they call some kind of audit. The Chief Justice, the Supreme Court, we've not seen any audit conducted and published. We know that there are records with receiving of the mismanagement of state resources at the judiciary. In the chambers of the Chief Justice, there are credible allegations of corruption. They are concerning, and going forward, the emphasis will not only be on the executive, it will not only be on the legislature. We have three branches of government. They must account. When we talk about audit and people say audit is not verdict, yes. Nobody will pass verdict on any human being because of an audit. But this is the catch. In every audit report, final report, you see what they call the response from the auditee. The auditor will tell you, this is what I saw. You will respond to the auditor. Human being listening and reading your response will come to conclusion. Most of the things you see Sam Jackson talking, you say, oh, nothing will come from audit, they go to court, they will not win. It is likely. It is likely. But this is why we tell our people, don't get disappointed because the people playing, they orchestrated and they did it. Let me give you the response from the EPS. They spent $15 million on special operation. They spent $628,000, pay for material that were not received. And this is what they responded to the Auditor General. Liberian listening to it. When you take them to court, this is the same thing they will say. But what will not change is that 15 million of your money was spent in the manner and form in the president's security. And this is what they said to the auditor. Respond. Management appreciate these observations that are being brought to our attention. As a security institution with a mandate for covert operation, the Executive Protection Service of Liberia operates under strict confidentiality and security protocol that limit the extent of financial disclosure that can be provided. You take them to court, they will tell you the 15 million we spend, we can provide receipt. But yes, 15 million was spent. That's how they steal from the state. They pass it in security, they pass it in operations. And when you order them, they tell you, I can provide you receipt. I can provide you financial statement because it is security related. So when we come on the show to talk about it, we're not going to pass verdict. As you're making your celebration, you and those who stole the money, some of them who did not even benefit and struggling, when they try to defend it and say, oh, there is no record because of financial or security operation, no problem. But we also tell our people, listen to the response. You are intelligent human being. What happened in Liberia that necessitated the EPS spending 15 million that they cannot provide receipt for? Think about it. 15 million that they cannot provide any receipt for. They say security, security. Ordinary Liberians, think about it. Process it in your mind. What 15 million could do for you. What 15 million could do for schools and hospitals. If you took them to court today, they will tell the judge the same thing and they will walk outside. And same judge and the other people will say, but I told you there was no evidence. That is how they steal from the state. So there are 3 ways you can use audit. One of the ways is to take the people to court, prosecute them, and put them in jail. But because of the way they organize the crime, it becomes sometimes difficult to take them to court, prosecute them, and get the money from them. Because they will explain the reason, say that security reason, I can give you receipt. The other way to use audit report is to use your common sense. Listen to the response and come to the realization that this was actually a plan to steal. And once you know that these people made a decision to steal, then you decide on what to do with them. There is another response. It says, we acknowledge your findings. We will put in place mechanisms to ensure this action never occur again. Meanwhile, hundreds of thousands gone. So, finally, Senator, tomorrow is Central Bank. Thank you for bringing it up. Those who come and argue that, oh, that government money that Central Bank just gave, evidence will be displayed tomorrow. But it is even illogical to think that way. The audit was conducted on the Central Bank of Liberia and not on the government of Liberia consolidated account. The audit said the Central Bank spent outside of its budget. It did not say the government of Liberia budget. On the show, there are educated, reasonable people listening. Everybody have the time to speak. You either expose your ignorance or you expose your intelligence. This is Spoon. The Central Bank audit was conducted on the Central Bank. It was not conducted on the government consolidated account. The audit of the government consolidated account is different from the audit of the Central Bank. This audit that we're referring to, where money was paid to MCC, where money was paid to 300,000 to the Ministry of State, where money was paid to We Are Youth, where money was paid to, what do you call it? Koji, what the other lady name? Judy Andy. Those payments came from the central bank's operations.
Zansan
Kawa and the rest of the people. That is what we are discussing. When you call them probably for audit, for investigation, they will explain to you what you did, but the audit report will also show eventually the checks and the disbursement process. So keep yourself tight. Tomorrow we'll come on the show, we'll produce the evidence. But don't get frustrated if somebody doesn't go to jail. Because when they go to court, they will tell you I spent 15 million, but it was under security operation. I can't provide any explanation. Meanwhile, the money is gone. But remember them. Don't forget that they spend your 15 million and they can't provide justification. Just keep it in mind. That's another way to use the audit report.
Thank you very much, my man. We want to appreciate each and every one of you. Let me show this because, you know, I go back to this Nukwe conversation and people say, Stanton, why? Because I'm happy that Senator Nukwe is coming on the show. 2 Sundays from now, he will appear. Let me say this to everyone. When we say something, we mean it. We were looking at the PAC, the Public Account Committee, under Senator Nukwe from 2020 to 2023. The amount, he was the chair. Now, that position, Amara Conan is on that position. He's the committee chair now. But Senator Nukwe, how much did he receive? I was thinking it was 11.6 million. That's what the budget and every other thing. Guess what? It's 17-point-something million United States dollars. We will explain this story to you better tomorrow. Look at the document here. Public Account Committee, draft management letter, report on compliance audit of the Central Bank of the Republic of Liberia operation from January 1st, 2018 to December 31st, 2023. I am giving you this information now and I want you to come back tomorrow. PAC means Public Accounts Committee, May 1st, 2020, right there. All the money Senator Nukwe committee alone received. We will give you the committee amount that these people receive, all of the senators that serve as chair on those committee. We are talking about millions with S. Come back tomorrow, my friend, and understand why our government so dark and our people continue to live in poverty. We have it all the way to 2023. Public Account Committee, the United States dollars portion, and the one I will show you was the Liberian dollar portion. We will give it to you. You will do the math, not the perfect key math. These guys walk away with millions of dollars. We have all the document. You join us tomorrow, and we hit you and hit you so hard. So when we say something, people should listen. And I will call on Senator Nukwe. I'm so happy he accepted to come and defend and speak on this. Look at the amount of money that committee holds. Over 17.5 million United States dollars. If you change the currency, you convert it whether 200 to 1 or 190 to 1. That committee alone walked away with 17-point-something million dollars. Let's do the math tomorrow. When we speak on Spoon, we speak with evidence, with document, because it's a new day in Liberia. The account number, the amount, and everything. We will share with you, my dear fellow Liberians, and we'll ask Senator Emmanuel Nukwe. I will put the rest of the document out tomorrow, that he needs to address the issue. Honor Amara Kone, let me say this to you. They've been begging Amara Kone and Yombi Kanga Lawrence not to make this public, but we got it. Amara Kone will come one day and say, I will do it. Then later on, you go in the corner to negotiate. All of them, disappointment. If they don't put it out, we will put it out. If they don't speak on it, we will speak on it. The rare Amara Kone should speak. Now one day you say, yeah, you're fighting for the people there, and next day you're negotiating in the back not to do it. Yombly should speak. They did a PowerPoint presentation. All the senators were there. They just do a PowerPoint flash, and they turn around and say, no, we're not talking about it again. Because Alberche, Emmanuel Nuko, they're all backing Yombly not to put it out there. We got it. If you don't do it, we will do it. Except that place, Conor Gray, you have independent senators. You have opposition senators. You have imposition senators. If you don't put it out, Conor Gray, the other senator didn't get it. Whether the central bank, the legislators, the finance ministry, the GSC, somebody, the executive, somebody will get it to Spoon. And that's what makes the people come to watch Spoon every day, Conor Gray. Am I lying, Conor Gray? So you can't hide it.
I mean, you come in the middle, start attacking senators and representatives on the floor.
I'm saying everybody, you can't hide it. Because you know what? If even the lawmakers say we're not giving it to Spoon, central bank, somebody will give it. Finance, somebody will give it. Executive, somebody will give it. You cannot hide that the age of digital war. They put it when they had a meeting. They did PowerPoint presentation on the same draft management document. The American one had it because they're backing here Yombly not to display it. The same document that we display, 17-something million. Can you imagine? You wait for the mall. You ain't doing nothing.
Senator stretching veins. Senator stretching veins.
Can I
stretching veins that way?
I think it's discouraging, right? These people will come and bring you in. They both kind of are like angels, Uncle Sam. They say we want to save the state. We want to fight corruption. They're in the back, they're negotiating with the same people that you know why they put these people on sanction? America have this thing. Let me say this again. For example, when they break through America in their office at the Capitol building, we have to report. People want to come on the angels and say, we will face this country, but they're lying. They're not willing to face the country. They're trying to compromise. And we're not set here in the compromise. No. The Liberian people will not set for any complacency.
Yeah, I don't know how you managed to go. So I wanted to say this. I wish my brother Mame can come on. You know, I've always will say.
But he listening.
Right, I always will say Mame can talk all day. He don't know what he's talking about. But you know, we are on a platform that people that know listen.
You know, this is not right though. Somebody told me intentionally. You know that.
So yeah, let me just end quick.
Hello, CDC boys.
Somebody told me intentionally. Go ahead, answer though.
So again, you know, when we are on the show, other people listen to the show after we end. For me, it can be, you know, when it comes to agriculture, I wouldn't talk too much in agriculture because it's not my field. I don't know much about agriculture. Generally, on those things that should be known by anybody, I will speak to it. But, you know, to just scratch my being, talk like I really know what I'm talking about when I have no clue on it. Mr. Doctor, His Excellency, Dr. Mame came here and talk whole day. I can't listen to me laughing. Saying, tomorrow, you will see the central bank audit report. The central bank say, the audit report say, the central bank accounts, but not the consolidated accounts. Mame, my understanding is you agriculture man, you finance man, so you know nothing about these things. So, Mame, this is it. You know,
so let go, my man. Let him go. Let go.
Yeah, no, I want answer you. The people gotta
make the point. We're finna go. You close already. We gotta go.
If you hear the bird and fly,
not here though. Why would you make a comment and will not be able to respond?
So let's know. Let me if you hear the flag in that bird is just something like this. So if you are auditing the central bank account, the central bank's account will include.
Well, I said we're having a conversation tomorrow, my man. We can come over there.
At least the police. Let me just end it 1
minute.
When
you close, you go in the back, you let all talk, then you come back, you can't finish. You go, man.
You know the brother just hitting the people here. So if you audit the bank's account, the central bank's account will be inclusive of the Liberia's general account. Why? Because central bank owes liability to the government for the.
Okay, I said we gotta go, my man. You were on the show. You left us. We're feeling closer. You come out. You can't talk plenty. We gotta go. I want to say happy birthday. I want to say happy birthday. Happy birthday.
They won't bring you. You so
Yeah, happy birthday to Lydia Jones.
You don't want to
Jones.
help the people.
Their birthday is from Francis Rogers. I want to say, actually, please send a shout out to my beautiful sister, little sister, Francis Rogers. Her birthday, Francis Rogers, is you celebrating your birthday. It's July 18th tomorrow. From one of an only female general ambassador, Lydia Jones. So I want to say happy birthday. Happy birthday to you, Francis. We wish you all the best. Happy birthday to you. We want to say
tomorrow is Francis' birthday. So we wrote it tomorrow anyway. I know how she's related to me somehow. Francis, right?
Okay.
Tomorrow.
I see.
Good night, guys.
Sam, thank you. Let me end on this note real quick. Thomas Fowler, it looked like he want to be the godfather for Lofa. Thomas Fowler is arranging the Lofa caucus and they have a scheduled meeting tomorrow. Oh, they want to remove Councillor Jala, I believe. Our Lofa reporters giving us this information. Thomas Fowler has said that he cannot work with Councillor Jala. The appointment made by Joseph Yema Bwaka for the those very appointments for the county, Thomas Fowler is totally against them. He said those people will not support him in the coming election. And as you can see, there's a lot of messages within the caucus chat room. Thomas Fowler, followed by the Secretary Poto, have called an emergency meeting tomorrow. Thomas Fowler want this lady from one of the districts to chair the committee, the Lofa committee, the legislative committee from Lofa. He asking this lady to chair. She's a representative, by the way, to chair that committee. Again, it is so important that there's a lot of fighting going on in the Lofa caucus. They cannot see eye to eye Councillor Jala, who is the senator of Lofa. I think Thomas Fowler want to run against him one of those seats. Therefore, after Joseph Yema Bwaka, who will be the next godfather for Lofa. There's a lot of stuff from the chat room. I'm reading some of them. Kindly prepare the draft press release for input before Thursday. They want to change leadership, stating that this disposition of the county caucus on the anniversary celebration, calling on all citizens of Lofa to include counties and similar. So this little fight going on, I right to nominate Honorable Julie. Honorable Julie is of District Number 2, Lofa County, to be the next chair of the Lofa caucus. So Thomas Fowler won Honorable Julie. I'm not going to get into the relationship, but I think tomorrow we'll discuss this. And he say he cannot work with Councillor Jala. Now these guys are all sedition, but Thomas Fowler won Julie to be the caucus chair. Julie is a representative. When you have Mambo Cyrus and Councillor Jala, Thomas Fowler have denied and fought that it shouldn't carry on confirmation hearing on the rest of the appointment made by President Bwaka. We'll discuss this in detail tomorrow because it's getting interesting. Who owns Lofa? Who will be the next godfather of Lofa? It's a fight between Thomas Fowler and Councillor Jala. I want to say thanks to all of you. Thanks for joining us. Nelson, come on the show. Gonna great. Thanks for coming early, man. We want to say thanks to Asido. We appreciate you. Sam Jackson. Thanks to you.
But I just want to say, Mommy brings a lot of substance to this show. No matter how others do,
we're not asking you to do a piece, deal, yeah, my man. You're trying to create a problem.
I don't want to say.
Leader won't let go. Leader won't let go, my man. We go. Now you can start your question. I said, Dr. Mommy will address Asido in the chat. Let's go.
Yeah, so let's
thank you.
Talk about him. But regarding the Lofa issue, man. So we have a session on that.
Yeah, we discussed that it's getting bad in the Lofa's caucus. It's getting so bad, and we'll discuss it more. It's like everybody that the president appointed, Thomas Fowler said they're against him. If they keep them there, he will not win re-election. Going in for the Senate seat.
This is about one man winning re-election.
Exactly. So he fighting all of them, and he bringing in Judy, the representative Judy, right? That's
for a man for the most part who was a plain seller.
Yeah,
man,
So
my man, I see you later.
Uncle Sam, go ahead. Thank you very much, Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam, go ahead. I want to wish happy birthday. Today is my birthday, July 18. Who are you? You just said James Conway. James Conway, happy birthday. If this is your name, your birthday is July 18. You want to say happy birthday. My mother's birthday is coming up. Beatrice Witherspoon, her birthday is July 23rd. Want to say happy birthday to Mac Toze, my church brother Mac Toze. Happy birthday, happy anniversary to Mike Toze and Tanya Toze. They celebrated their anniversary also. Happy birthday to our own our own ma in the church. Happy birthday to Claudia, my church sister. Want to wish all the good people happy birthday. A wonderful, wonderful family, church family. A Jubilee Christian Baptist Church, JCWC, Jubilee Christian Worship Center. We want to send a big shout out to Pastor Jimmy James, his wife, Marcia James. Good people, good family. We continue to worship and celebrate God as the church grow in the glory of God. I want to remember my brother, Pastor Raymond Collison, and his family, his lovely wife. I want to remember his 3 children. I'll wish his father-in-law and mother-in-law Godspeed. I want to remember Pastor Raymond Collison of the Redemption Lutheran Church. Okay, the Redeemed Lutheran Church. We want to wish them well. We want to say congrats to our own friend. She gave birth this morning. The young lady Carla, she always visits us, help us around the house. We want to say Godspeed to a bouncing baby boy. We want to say thanks to everybody continue to join us. I want to send a special shout out to Gregory Coleman, one of the police officers who is related to me, my brother. He had a car accident. And immediately when Gregory Coleman was called in the hospital, they were about to do operation on him. Gregory Coleman stepped in. He stepped in as Gregory Coleman, not police IG. I decided not to tell the entire story, but he stepped in. I mean, in his own weak way, he's a good man. To tell you the truth, Colonel Gray. He took out the badge, he took out the hat, and trust me, he did extremely well. The young man went through operation and he recovering. You know, he's one of the young kids that came into the system. He had an accident. The reporter went to JFK. JFK did well. They limited resources. They did well, and I think the brother is recovering. I want to say thanks to Gregory Coleman and again, you acted as a brother and friend.
It's a good man. You can tell.
No, immediately, you know, I hear the story from him. I just tell him, so listen, somebody in the hospital that need help. He took care of it. Then he knew that this guy was a police officer. I was just trying to test him, but he just went directly. He's a good guy, to tell you the truth. Yeah. I gave it up to Gregory.
I wanted to urge Mr. Isaac, though, that on the 3rd, someone wants to, a church group wants to honor Spoon, and he and myself will attend in Brooklyn Center. I mean, we are the resident, Minnesota resident for Spoon.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice. That's nice. That's
yeah. So I posted in the chat room, but hopefully, Doe and myself will reunite. You know, on that honoring day. So the guys looking forward to us.
I mean, also Doe is getting to be in a bad place because you know what? Let me tell you this. So say what you want to say. It's getting rough on Asido. You know, when the government is doing good, Asido get nothing to say here. You get what I'm saying? When the government is doing bad, Asido, when we talk about Una, Asido will be celebrated. But when things begin to change, right, and the president is recalculating and getting his footing, then Asido get nothing to say. You will find Asido coming on and getting off. Because he got nothing to say, and I'm not going to get mad at him. He will come up for a few seconds and he will get off. Because, you know, if the goodness is too good, you got nothing to say. The West crowd will run away. When you Christian and everybody doing good and everybody praising, the West crowd in that camp will run.
I mean, Dallas open and coming over, man.
No, Stato, if I come here, Stato, trust me, if I see the audit report that says this X entity said they pay X amount of money to this person, the auditors verify from that person and that person say no, they didn't receive it, I will come and say that's a big thing. But when I see the auditor report that says they say they can't find document for this, I'm okay with it. Listen,
hey guys, I want to say thank you. Asido is in a bad place right now. Things have changed. They say when table 10, the chair move, right? When table 10, the chair moves. So,
we all know these are things to just distract us from the real thing. The country's direction, the economic situation, the prices, the way things are faring in the country. We'll always be here. Whatever your brings.
Actually, someone told me that the price of gasoline gone down.
So we want to say happy birthday, ladies and gentlemen. Next thing you got to do is show. Happy birthday to Jeremiah Kennedy of Arlington, Pennsylvania. This is from Emmanuel Foley. Jeremiah Kennedy from Arlington, Pennsylvania. This is from Emmanuel Foley. Happy birthday to you.
So
again, we want to say thanks, folks. We got to go. We got to run. May God bless you. May God keep you. May God bless our republic. We'll see you again tomorrow by the grace of God.
Isaac, are you going to be on the 3rd? Because this guy will send you his own invitation for you.
Yes, I'll be. We'll go together.
Okay, so I'll let him know so you can. This is a big church.
Yeah,
they like what we're doing in the community, so they want to tag us into that appreciation. But it's a good man. Pastor Sheldon Williams. So look forward to. I will ask him to reach out to you as well. Mr. Colette, man, you kept me in the back for 1 hour today, man.
Yeah, that was an oversight. Apologies for that.
That's all right. You know me, I don't. I wanted to come in when Mr. Dualo was speaking, but that's okay. Yeah, you're a busy man, my man. It's hard on you. I can't run your schedule, man. I'll run out of petrol or gas. Oh man.
Okay, sir.
Enjoy the show tonight. You having a show, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Sometimes I can pick in there, but the chop can be too much. But that's a show. That's a different level.
Yeah, certainly.
Oh, brother, have a good night.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Well, folks, we want to say thanks to all of you tonight for being here. Thank you for making your input tonight on Spoon Talk. Thanks for calling in. Thanks for playing the listening role across Radio Land. As you know, we're always live across the internet across Radio Land on Spoon FM 107.5, Fabric 101.1, Super 95.5, and other frequencies across Liberia. Thanks to our partner radio stations that are always relaying the program. Thanks to Trust FM in Bomi County. Thanks to Gibi FM in Kakata, Margibi County. Many thanks to Trend Radio in Grand Crew and Premium FM in Bon County as well for always relaying the show. And we want to say thanks to our online audience. We are always streaming live across the internet. It's been a great show across here tonight. We're always there. Of course, you can find us on Facebook, Spoon TV, with over 500,000 followers, Fabric TV and Super TV. You can also find us on YouTube, and the YouTube handle is Spoon Talk Live. So you can go to YouTube, search Spoon Talk Live, subscribe to our YouTube handle, and of course, you can follow our Facebook handles as well. As you know, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and Super TV. To get all of the updates, to know what's happening across Liberia, follow those YouTube handles, those Facebook handles in our YouTube, to get the news. So I want to say thanks to all of you. Thanks to the many of you making a contribution in the comment section. Tano Dixon, Mr. Philip Bala, Finda Tama, all of you, Sita, Herman, LIB Unity, Emmanuel Jackson. I appreciate every single person tonight for being here. You can join us on the late night show. The late night Politics on Spoon is coming up shortly. And we look forward to having a great show tonight. I'm Nelson Collier. Have a good night and bye-bye for now.
My brother, Tuto Spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, Tuto Spoon.